Good morning, everyone. Time being 10:04, we'll get started. And I'll open the public hearing on SB 60 and recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to let you know I took a shower because I'm going to be with you all day today, and I want to make sure everybody was comfortable. So I'm Senator Tim Lang. I'm Senate District 2, which is the Lakes region. I am the chair of the Ways and Means Committee in the Senate and the vice chair of Election Law and the chair of JALCAR. I also serve on finance. So before you have Senate Bill 60, which is relative to the advanced deposit wagering. Everyone asks me, what the heck is advanced deposit wagering? Betting on horses. This is just online being able to bet on horses online. Used to be, there was some federal provisions that allowed us to be able to, you could pick up the phone, open an account with a horse, back in the Rockingham days when they had the racetrack there, you can call and you could place a bet on that. Nowadays, everything's gone to the internet. And so we need to make, again, in New Hampshire, remember, we have a prohibition on gaming. Unless it's explicitly allowed, it's considered illegal. So we have to explicitly allow it. So this is an explicit allow bill that explicitly allows you to be able to bet on the Kentucky Derby if you want online, which is currently prohibited. This again regulates how that process occurs. It has a tax rate, so there's a revenue stream that's associated with this. The difference between this bill from last year and the bill this year is the tax rate. So this tax rate, which is on page 2, line 13, is at 1.25%. Last year, the online rate was higher, but it was also meant that it was different than brick and mortar. So we currently also allow in-person betting at 2 locations. We have a bill later on today. We'll talk about that. But we currently at Seabrook and at Belmont are 2 places that are explicitly grandfathered in, because they used to have racetracks, that are grandfathered in to take in-person betting on horse racing. And the tax rate on that's 1.25%. So this strictly makes the online tax rate the same as the in-person tax rate. That's the bill. Pretty straightforward.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Senator, for taking my question. I'm curious, given our circumstances, 1.25 seems a little low, and I know it was higher in the bill last year. Do you or maybe others have information on what other states, particularly in New England, are doing, what our neighbors are doing as far as, are they permitting this, and what is their tax rate?
So I'll let the executive director of lottery answer that. Again, my goal was not to increase taxes, but if we're going to allow it, I want the tax rate to be the same as what's allowed other places in the state. So again, this is I consider a companion bill. It takes an existing policy of the state, which allows in-person betting, it extends it to online and keeps the tax rate the same.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Senator Lang, for coming by and spending the afternoon and morning with us. I have a question. When I first read the bill, I thought this might be a bill allowing front money for casino gambling. Am I mistaken that this would allow front money, or does that need to be discussed separately?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question. If you could restate it or rephrase it.
Yes. Thinking about the broader topics of the bills that are coming at us today, one topic involves casinos, and a common courtesy that casinos allow is deposit of what's called front money, which is money paid to the cage in advance before the gambler arrives. And that way, no cash needs to be brought in and out, which protects the patron. And I was curious as to whether, when I first read this bill, whether it would allow front money to be deposited at casinos for purposes of future betting.
Thank you for the question. So again, if we look on page 1, line 4, it's very explicit. All right, we're dealing with the 284 chapter, which is about parimutuel betting, not casinos, not 287. It says advanced deposit wagering is authorized for parimutuel betting on horse racing. Right, so it's very narrowly defined, very narrow function. So it's not for plain blackjack.
Follow-up.
Yeah, wouldn't that also apply to historic horse racing?
In theory, yes, it falls under that same chapter.
Okay, so then I guess my point is taken that someone who wants to go to a casino and bet on historic horse racing would be allowed to deposit money in advance of those bets.
I'll let Executive Director McIntyre answer the specific regulatory, but again, if you know how those machines work, you can't front load those machines. You walk in, you put your $20 bill in, and you pay $20 worth of gaming. There's no, to my knowledge, there's no way to front load those machines. So when a member walks up, it's already preloaded with your cash.
Yeah, I agree with you, Senator Lang. I'm just thinking that you could take out a marker, and that could be a paper marker, which would be a voucher to go in the machine, for example.
Well, a definition of a marker is probably different than, because to me, that's a loan, and we don't allow you to take a loan. So you don't not allowed to use credit cards. You're not allowed to take a loan. You have to use cash.
Representative Almy. Did you have a question? Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suddenly was thinking about this as Representative Owen was talking. Is there or will there be a geographical fence around this so that, for example, you can't you can't buy a Powerball ticket unless you're in the state of New Hampshire? Is there going to be a similar restriction, or is anybody anywhere going to be allowed to?
I think Charlie can answer this. There is some federal language around this that deals with how horse racing is dealt, interstate horse racing. But again, my understanding is, yes, there'll be a geofence. Charlie may correct me and tell me I'm wrong on that, and that'd be okay. But my understanding is, yes, to be a geofence. We won the Wire Act argument when we sued the federal government about the what that looked like, and it basically said that if gaming happens within the state of New Hampshire, it's within our purview of controlling.
Thank you.
But then we have the obligation to make sure it's happening within the state of New Hampshire, hence the geofencing of all our applications.
Seeing no more questions. Thank you, Senator. Next, I have Peter Bragdon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I realized as I stood up, I didn't have my orange badge on, so pardon me. Thank you very much. For the record, Peter Bragdon, recovering state representative and state senator, now a senior policy advisor with Party Strategies here in Concord, here today representing Churchill Downs in support of Senate Bill 60. Churchill Downs is best known as the home of the Kentucky Derby. And by the way, the first Saturday in May, about 2 weeks from now, will be the 151st running of the Kentucky Derby, the longest continuously run sporting event in America. Churchill Downs, in addition to the track in Kentucky, also owns and operates 30 gaming facilities and racetracks in about a dozen states, including a charitable gaming facility in Salem, New Hampshire. Churchill Downs also has one of the largest and most successful advanced deposit wagering platforms in the United States. It's named Twin Spires. It's named after the iconic spires above the grandstand at the Churchill Downs racetrack. Through Twin Spires, we offer advanced deposit wagering and live video from all major racetracks in the United States and around the world. So a little background, as Senator Lang said, advanced deposit wagering is simply stated remote betting on horse races. The first interstate remote betting on a horse race occurred in 1971. Which set off a near decades-long fight between the states and the tracks and the Horsemen's Association about whether to permit it and regulate it and how to permit it and regulate it. The dispute was settled by the passage in Congress with the president's signature of the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978, whose purpose was to, quote, regulate interstate commerce with respect to wagering on horse racing. The Interstate Horse Racing Act allows for betting on horse racing via electronic means from places other than the tracks. Tracks already had the ability to do these types of things at the physical location. This was via electronic means. I think, as Senator Lang indicated, originally this was done by telephone, maybe perhaps by telegram. There's a big Supreme Court case regarding betting with a telegram from 1953, but has shifted over time to desktops, laptops, and now most predominantly mobile apps. The Interstate Horse Racing Act also allowed states to regulate advanced deposit wagering if they so chose. Many states passed legislation to regulate it. about a dozen states passed legislation to prohibit it, I believe, essentially by prohibiting betting on horse racing at all. And then there was a significant number of states, including New Hampshire, that passed no legislation with respect to advanced deposit wagering. So that puts the regulation pretty much under the umbrella of the Interstate Horse Racing Act, which would be preemptive in that matter. And advanced deposit wagering operators have had a presence in New Hampshire for many years, perhaps decades. I suspect at least Churchill Downs goes back as far as 2007. It might be a little earlier than that. It's been said that advanced deposit wagering is a gray area of New Hampshire regulation by both the Lottery Commission and the Attorney General's office. And the purpose of this bill is to clear up that gray area and actually formally authorize it and regulate it. And this is because it's considered a gray area because there's no specific statute about it. As Senator Lang said, we have a statute that says you can't do anything in any gambling in New Hampshire unless we authorize it. And yet the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978 would preempt that in the case of remote betting on interstate horse races. And so early in 2022, so Churchill Downs, the Twin Spires app had been operational in New Hampshire for many years. In 2022, Churchill Downs approached the New Hampshire Lottery Commission about its desire to purchase the Chasers Poker Room in Salem. And at the time, the Lottery Commission and the Attorney General referenced this gray area. And obviously in the area of charitable gaming, there's little room for gray areas in the regulatory realm. And so Churchill Downs voluntarily stopped its advanced deposit wagering platform in New Hampshire in 2022. I will point out that all the other operators of advanced deposit wagering platforms have still been operating since then. So Senate Bill 60 is really an issue of fairness. We are not doing this. Others are doing it. And we stopped doing it and said we would work with lottery to promote legislation that addressed the matter by specifically authorizing advanced deposit wagering, which is what this bill does. So we shut down. Our competitors did not. We pledged to work with New Hampshire Lottery, which we have been doing. And I should point out that shutting down was not an admission that we were doing anything wrong. It's just a matter of when you have a brick and mortar facility in a state, you want to have a good reputation. Relationship, that's the word I was looking for. You have a good relation. You want to make sure you have a good relationship with the regulator. And so operating in what would be considered a gray area, it was not worth the effort. So let's see. Creates an uneven playing field. Like I said, our competitors, and there are several large competitors in the marketplace, operate freely in the state, and we've not been able to. They've been doing it for 3 years. I think I would be remiss, although there's a good bit of turnover every year in the legislature, but a number of you have been on this committee in past years. This bill has come up before. And Representative Doucette was quite against it, you may recall. And so I thought I would be remiss to not mention that and address some of the issues he brought up, which some of them were last year, and so I've done some research since then. But Representative Doucette basically believed that advanced deposit wagering providers have been operating in the state for many, many years illegally, and thus they owe the state money for taxes that should have been collected on those. First of all, we don't believe that. However, if it were the case, then the Attorney General and the New Hampshire Lottery Commission have the authority and the ability, and we've seen by historic realms that they're able to shut these places down and exert their regulatory authority. These other operators have been doing this for 3 years with nothing. In fact, the Attorney General and the Lottery Commission have said, let's put in legislation to address this rather than have to deal with all the court cases that will go on. And in our opinion, the Interstate Horse Racing Act would trump that anyways. And I would also say, even if that concern is right, even if these should have been paying taxes for 10 years, this bill takes effect on July 1st of this year. There's nothing in this bill that says the Attorney General, if he or she finds that there was activity going on before that should have been addressed, there's nothing to prevent them from going after it. So this is only looking forward. And finally, I'd point out that I believe Representative Doucette's opposition was based on his mistaken belief that the bet must be legal in the state the bet was placed or the state where the bettor resides. Under the Interstate Horse Racing Act, which I said authorizes interstate wagers on horse racing, has to have the consent of 3 entities, no more, no less, but all 3 have to agree to allow it to happen. The track where the race is run, the state that regulates that track, so the state where the racetrack is basically, and the state entity that regulates off-track betting in the state where the bet is accepted. The key word there is accepted. It's not where the bet is placed. It's not where the person is standing when they place the bet. It's not where the person lives. It's where the bet is accepted. Twin Spires and I believe the other platforms have set up racing hubs in Oregon and licensed by the Oregon Racing Commission, and the bets are accepted in Oregon. There's been numerous court cases that talk about, going back to 1953, that one about the telegram. Where is a bet actually accepted? It's not where the person is, it's where it's actually processed. So the opposition was that it was based on where the person is when they place the bet. It's not. It's very specific in the statute and court cases about this. There's several of those as well. It's where the bet is accepted, and all the ADW, advanced deposit wagering places have hubs in Oregon. So the ask is simply this: please support Senate Bill 60. It helps to level the playing field, makes it so that everybody compete fairly. It also provides consumer protection, which is non-existent now, and just clears up all the regulatory things. And again, it's not looking back; it's looking forward. So if anybody determines that there was a problem in the past, they still have the ability to go after it. So happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Peter, thanks for taking my question. First of all, thank you for that comprehensive, pithy, and full disclosure and clarifying what was going on with you and former Rep. Doucette. Does Churchill Downs get a better tax rate being located in Oregon versus here?
I think one of the reasons that, and this is not, I suppose, an official Churchill Downs comment, but in my investigating, this goes back to the question somebody asked about what's going on in other states, and it varies. It varies from less than 1%, maybe as low as 0.5% or less, up to somewhere in the 10s or 20s. The states that have the higher rates typically have tracks, and a portion of that money goes to support the purses for those tracks, basically to keep that industry operational in those states. States that don't have that have a lower rate, and the state of Oregon has a rate of, I forget if it's 0.1 or 0.5%. The state of Oregon has essentially the lowest rate out there, which is why it's attracted all the platforms to it.
Very good. Then I won't ask you to relocate to New Hampshire. Thank you.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I have to admit I'm a little confused. I think I understood you to say that the 78 federal law is the authority on this, that which would seem to imply that whether we adopt this or not, remote betting or what advanced, whatever it's called, would be permitted, and that there wouldn't be an issue of people operating illegally. On the other hand, obviously, Representative Doucette, former Representative Doucette, felt differently, and perhaps the Attorney General does as well. So I'm a little confused about the interplay between the 78 law, federal law, and this bill and Churchill Downs activity vice your competitors.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we certainly believe that the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978 is preemptive. It's specifically designed to regulate interstate transactions, which is the role of the federal government and the constitutional protections. And there is opportunities within the Interstate Horse Racing Act, which I'm not an expert on per se, but for states to do some regulation within that framework. I think there is, I don't know, disagreement. I think the New Hampshire Lottery and Attorney General's office see it as a gray area, and there is some, again, there is some provision in there for states to do some regulation, so there may be some disagreements there, but overall, the Interstate Horse Racing Act was passed basically to resolve the disputes that were happening where states were blocking other states and other tracks from doing things. So I can't say how it all plays out. I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's part of the reason for the gray area. We have a statute that says no gaming allowed in New Hampshire unless it's specifically authorized by state law. Yet the federal government in 1978 said we have preemption over this. So rather than get wound up and bogged down with a bunch of court disputes over that, the Attorney General and the Lottery Commission recommended let's just pass a law and make it clear and make it legal and make it authorized and give some consumer protection.
Thank you.
If I may, Mr. Chair, I jotted down a couple of questions that were asked. I forgot to mention them. There was one question about whether this, I think from Representative Ohm perhaps, about whether this would apply to historic horse racing machines. Historic horse racing machines are not covered by the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978, and the bill specifically says, I believe on the same line 5, that starting with line 4, ADW is authorized for parimutuel betting on horse racing under the chapter if conducted in compliance with this section and the Interstate Horse Racing Act of 1978. So it would preclude people putting advance money in for the historic horse racing machines. And respect to the geofencing, and Director McIntyre can probably confirm this, address it better, and or confirm it. But I believe that this bill applies to, as it does in all other states, it's the ability to provide consumer protections, et cetera, for residents of the state who participate in advanced deposit wagering. So I don't think the geofencing issue is an issue. For other areas of betting, the sports betting, for instance, we have the state law that requires that. But in this particular one, all the other states basically, and this law is essentially to mirror how other states are doing it. It protects the people in that state who are conducting it.
Any other questions? Okay. Yes, Representative Wars.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking the question. So I guess if they can't use cash and credit card, they're using a debit card or?
So it's called, thank you for the question. It's called advanced deposit wagering because it requires an advanced deposit. So you have to set up an account and have money in that account in order to place the bet.
Very good. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Representative Ward.
Yes, thank you for your clarification on the HHR relative to the Interstate Horse Racing Act. Will this have any effect on the HHR facilities? Any negative effect if this law?
No. Thank you for the question. And thanks. Somebody had asked me that also the other day. The advantage of Churchill Downs operating in both the racing realm as well as the brick and mortar realm, and for a period of time, which they no longer do, they operated the online realm. And so by doing that, they have, what do you call it, like a players club, right? A frequent flyer club, whatever it is. You go to a casino and you get the card and, get all kinds of good emails and offers and stuff like that. So they had clubs, these player clubs for all these different platforms. And they've noticed a couple things. One is when they had brick and mortar people that also were online people, the online was cannibalizing the brick and mortar. But when they all had advanced deposit wagering, horse racing people, and brick and mortar people, they didn't notice any cannibalization between the two. It's really a different demographic and a lot smaller group. So no, they don't feel there's going to be any cannibalization for the charitable gaming.
Okay. Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I don't have any more pink cards. We'll call up Director McIntyre for some questions.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Charlie McIntyre, Lottery Director. Happy to answer any questions you have regarding this activity. Certainly, Mr. Bragdon is correct. We identified this as an issue previously, and it's analogous to when DraftKings and FanDuel did fantasy sports. We viewed that as an unlawful, at least I'll use the words gray area for fantasy sports, because you were betting on an activity sports related that you could win money at. And so rather than prosecute, the AG at the time suggested passing a bill which regulated fantasy sports, which we did, which you folks did. I didn't do it. You did. And similarly, this bill also falls in line. It was a request of the AG and us to Senator Lang to support this legislation. So happy to answer questions you have.
Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you have a stiff neck today? I just want to check.
I do.
It looks like you're really, okay. But I do have 3 questions for the director. Thank you, Director, for taking this question. On page 2, line 3, 4, 5, and 6, it talks about a wholly owned subsidiary of a public traded company. And I'm just trying to understand that. Is this a company that would have to get on this list to be able to make a bet?
No, I think we were requiring financial audits of the company that we would license.
Oh, okay.
And if it was a publicly traded company, they obviously had Sarbanes-Oxley and other requirements to file. So it was to not have them do a separate audit of, like, for example, one of the operators is called Entain, which is one of the largest gaming companies on the planet Earth and has probably 90 companies underneath it. So,
That cleared it up. But maybe it was the structure of the sentence.
yeah,
That,
of course.
the second follow-up. Director, who will the lottery report to if there's a violation of these rules that will be established?
So it would be us as the regulator. One of the difficulties of this function is this activity is going on right now and there are no regulations. And so our knowledge of the industry is, I don't want to say limited, but not full because they don't report to us, so we don't know what they're doing. And so it would be part of rulemaking. There would be, I imagine, a series of steps in terms of penalties regarding violations. We don't get that many calls, but every so often we'll get a call regarding a customer complaint that they didn't get paid, et cetera. So putting those customer safeguards and guardrails is important.
Thank you. Last follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Director, who will have access to the wagers list?
We'll have access to the wagers list.
Yeah, the people that will be depositing their money, they'll have names and everything to go with them. Who will have access? Will it be unlimited access just to the lottery?
No. It would. I don't foresee a time where we would have access to unlimited access to the list. What would be more likely is the operators would maintain that list, and if we were to get a complaint, we would ask. Tom Schamberg has a problem.
Oh, he's got a lot of problems, but go on.
We would check with the operator as we do now. We don't like DraftKings, for example. We don't maintain an entire copy of their customer list. We just call them and say, show us the transaction history, what happened, why didn't they get paid, or whatever.
I'll just ask a quick question. So there's two others that you said are operating right now, or
Yeah.
has been said. I don't know if you said it. Are we collecting 1.25% on those?
We are not. And so actually, Mr. Chairman, I just checked this morning and there's actually 3 operators that are operating now. The 2 that don't currently are DraftKings and Churchill Downs, which is a Twin Spires product, because we regulate them in other areas and we have agreed both sides that they would cease operations prior to its authorization by you folks and the governor. So it's 3. It's FanDuel, Entain, through their company called TVG, and ExpressBet.
Okay. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, Director, for answering my questions. And I guess I have a couple of follow-ups.
Sure.
I guess the first would be whether you have information about what at least our neighbors are doing in the way of, and I'm racking my brain now trying to figure out if any of our neighbors have tracks, but I guess Massachusetts.
It did. It no
Still-
longer does.
Okay. So
I don't think any other state in New England actually has a working track. I think the closest one is Saratoga Springs.
right. Any sense of what what our neighbors are doing in the same situation, since we don't have an operating track, none of the other New England states do. Do you have any?
I don't. I actually don't. I checked with the individual who wrote the fiscal note, and he said it's all over the map, no pun intended. That some legalize it and don't take anything. Some take a large amount. It varies by the state. Ours was meant to mirror the bricks and mortar rev share model to the online model. So
Follow up, Mr. Chair. Do you, and maybe I'm asking the wrong person, maybe I should have asked Senator Lang, but do you recall what the rate was in the bill that was in before us last year?
That might be a Senator Lang question.
Okay.
It was okay. Oh, there you go.
2.5?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you, Senator, from the back row. One more follow-up.
Sure.
I'm curious, I'm not sure I understand, on page 2, line 17, section 7, are we essentially saying if you were doing this, at least in the view of the state, illegally, we're going to let you continue to do it until you get a license. Is that?
I think this language relates back to the last off attempt, but the operators to pass this because they didn't want to close down. Candidly, I mean they did voluntarily, so Mr. Bragdon's not wrong, but they wanted to keep operating. So I think that language is from the last effort when they were operating prior to their purchase of the facility in Salem called Chasers.
Okay. Thank you.
How would you actually, how would the Lottery Commission monitor if this is online gaming? How do you know how many bets they took and so forth?
I mean, it would certainly be in rule, and that would be a conversation with the operators, say that this law is passed. Here are the, and we try and be collaborative with these folks. We wouldn't want to pass rules in a vacuum and then say, okay, follow them. We want to have a conversation with them. So, and all of them are top tier operators in gaming worldwide. And so they actually welcome compliance. So I'm not concerned about them being in compliance with what would be our regulations in terms of checking on what bet happened, did it happen correctly, all those things. These are not fly-by-night outfits.
Thank you. Representative Olm?
Yeah, just a tangential follow-up, since you're at the hot seat.
I expect to be here all day.
So the advanced deposit wagering is a topic. Fast forwarding to casinos, is there any enabling or prohibiting legislation regarding advanced deposits, front money, or is this just strictly a rulemaking issue that's not a problem?
I mean, it would be a rulemaking issue. They would have the same requirements we have with all our operators regarding financial reporting, suspicious activity reports, all the things we make operators do now. They would have to do. And DraftKings and Churchill Downs do it now in the charitable sports betting and charitable gambling areas. So we would have the same requirements.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, I don't have any more pink cards. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on HB 60? I'm going to close the public hearing on HB 60. Okay, 73. And thank you. 37373. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I will now open the public hearing on SB 73 and recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I am still Senator Tim Lang. I am still from Senate District 2. What you have before you is a pretty simple bill. It was brought at the request of the bingo industry, who knew we had a large bingo industry in the state of New Hampshire. Apparently we do. And they asked me to do this bill, which I agreed with. So apparently back, I don't know how many years ago, the coverall used to be 49 balls in order to get the coverall. Somewhere in some bill, we changed it to 50. However, the operators were never notified. They've been working under 49 all along to begin with. When it came to their attention, when Lottery went to enforce this, they realized, wait, we don't want 50, we want 49. So they came to me and asked me to submit a bill. You have the bill in front of you. Originally, the bill had two components. There was a secondary component dealing with prizes, where the current prize limit is $4,000. The industry had asked for a modernization to bring that back up because it hadn't been changed in years. And so we agreed, we came up with a number of $6,000, a 50% increase. However, that provision was killed in the Senate. There was some opposition by some of the smaller bingo halls. I supported the withdrawal of that component because there wasn't universal agreement within the industry to accept that component. And so we're just down to the one component that everybody agreed with, which was moving the number from 50 to 49. That's the bill.
And I don't know if I missed it, but what was the reasoning between 50
The
and
reason
49?
they took out the second section. So the reason they dropped it again is that's the industry standard. I'm sure there's some sort of mathematical formula in there somewhere that explains why 49 is better than 50. But the reason that was the industry that had been the standard prior to, somewhere it got changed. The industry doesn't even remember when. And again, like I said, it wasn't till lottery was looking into some aspect of bingo, found out that they were using 50 instead of 49, made them aware of it's 49, not 50 I mean, it has to be 50, not 49. The industry, recognizing that change, asked us to change it back to where it was for whatever reason.
All right, thank you. Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. Just for my personal education, coverall means you cover all the numbers on your card with 49 or fewer balls.
Correct.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Representative Elmy.
Thank you. You said that the smaller bingo halls were against raising the ante on these things. Was there also any disagreement about totally changing what a coverall is and putting in that there are going to be all these other subsidiary prizes that are going to come out of it, and extending the coverall continuance in a different way than has been done in the past?
So thank you for the question again. As the bill sits before you, amended by the Senate, there was no disagreement on the bill in any of the bingo halls. They all agreed to this component. I don't believe anybody testified against these changes. Again, the part that they disagreed with was it was about the section was except as provided in paragraph 13 and 15, all prizes, tokens, or awards used, given, or offered, or awarded in connection with any game or series of games conducted on one game date shall not exceed a total of, and the current law is $4,000 up to $500, of which may be provided by a commercial hall. We wanted to amend that to $6,000 as a modernization thing. It just hadn't been changed in a very long time. However, the smaller bingo halls disagreed with that. And so Senator Sullivan brought a floor amendment, which I ended up supporting because, again, there was not universal agreement amongst all the operators to what this number should look like. But again, universally, the bill that you have in front of you, they were in support of. So again, I can only speak to, we got to the things everybody agreed with and put it into a new law, fixed the law.
So, slight follow-up. I have never understood coverall very well. It seems to me that this completely changes it. But a second chance coverall may be offered after the initial coverall is achieved with a predetermined prize, predetermined by who, to be paid from the accumulated carryover. So there's all sorts of things that come out of the accumulated carryover now.
Sure. So again, those two sections deal with this. So say I'm doing a coverall game, and one of the prizes I'm going to offer is the first person to get regular bingo first. I'm going to award a prize. That's what Section E deals with. It allows them to do basically a pregame to the carryover. I haven't got to 49, but I got somebody who's got straight bingo. I'm going to award them a prize. I'm going to continue with that same game to the coverall. And then once I get the coverall, I award the big prize. But what they're offering is basically a second chance. So the person who won the prize is now out. They continue to call games, and they get offer. It's not going to be the jackpot. It may only be $500, maybe $200 for the second person to get coverall, regardless of how many balls are run. So this section E and F just allows that functionality. It allows for a pregame win as well as a postgame win to make it more enjoyable.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah. I want to follow up on Representative Almey's question on the numbers with the coverall. I think it's pretty common practice that if you have a low number for the coverall, it's very difficult to make, and consequently, there's additional prizes for getting a coverall at the higher numbers. So the question and that the language we have here talks about the remaining funds shall be rolled over into subsequent games. I wonder if this change in law from 50 to 49 actually will make the jackpots higher because it's more difficult to achieve, and then have more of the additional funds going over to these rollover games? And is that the desired intent of the bill, to make the jackpots
So again,
more
thank you for the
popular?
question. That is the intent of the bill, is again to make these more, make it so people have more reason to come. Obviously, if I don't win on number 49 and ball number 50 comes up and I win, I'm not going to be happy with this, that this law went into effect. But that being said, again, the intent is to allow them to have a jackpot that will make people want to come. And so by making, I'm sure there's a math model someone in the industry can talk to about that, what the big difference is between 49 and 50. But I'll just remind the committee one more time that universally, all of them agreed that this was a good idea.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. As a former coverall winner, you're talking about
Congratulations.
you're talking about 2 5x5 cards, but you can have one uncovered.
I'm sorry, say that again. I don't understand your question.
2 5x5 bingo cards,
Mm-hmm.
which would be 50, but you can have one uncovered.
Correct.
And then they do just keep going once there's one winner, and the next person to get it basically gets the next prize, whatever it is.
Did you have a question? Representative Almy.
Yeah. How many bingo halls have we got left?
I'll let
And
Valerie.
where are they?
I'll let Valerie King answer that question. I wouldn't
Okay.
want to give a number and be inaccurate.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, the question I have is the betting for the game itself. There's establishments in Connecticut that have a $500 entry fee and a 48 ball coverall for $1 million prize, for example. I'm curious as to what the betting limit is, if there is any, on these bingo games.
I'll leave that to, there is a number. I don't know what it is. I'll leave it to lottery to answer that question.
Okay, seeing no more questions. Thank you, Senator. Next, I have Representative Bill Bolton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Representative Bill Bolton. I represent the Grafton County House District 8, serving the towns of Plymouth, Ashland, and Holderness. And I'm here to submit amendment number 2025-1470H. And essentially what that amendment does is insert or reinsert paragraph 11, Roman numeral 11, to actually put the game date shall not exceed the total value of $5,000. Previously it was $4,000. $6,000 was not accepted by the other body, and the assumption or the desire is that $5,000 would be an acceptable compromise. And this value has not changed for 17 years. And when it was changed 17 years ago, there was a concern that some of the smaller halls might be negatively affected, and such was not the case. And they continued in this particular case for another 17 years without another increase in in the prize increase. So I was asked to submit this in hopes that we might be able to insert this and get it back to the Senate. That's it.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. I haven't played bingo in a long time, so I wouldn't be able to answer any questions anyway. So,
Oh, well, I guess we have a question for you.
oh, Bill.
Yeah, your colleague next to you on the other side of the table here. Just a question, whether you've had any conversation with the Senate as to whether they might be supporting or opposing your suggested change?
Personally, no, but I've heard that a conversation, had occurred. So it's maybe positive.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I guess we can ask Senator Lang if the Senate is okay with the $5,000. Sure.
So I will say, being a politician, I tried to negotiate that, and it was soundly rejected by the smaller operators. So Senator Sullivan, who brought the floor amendment in to strike this provision, that I had it at 6,000, I tried to get her to go to 5,000 rather than strike the entire provision. And when she said when she spoke to the operators, they were not willing to go to that number.
And
for
do you know why? I mean, it sounds like a small change. And do you
Sure,
know why?
I agree. I couldn't understand it either, except that the smaller operators felt that they would be disadvantaged by the larger operators because they wouldn't be able to get to that prize level, which would take away their customers and drive them to the larger bingo halls. And the smaller bingo halls are where a lot of things like Little League and various small charities. Because again, there's a charitable component to this, that the small charities would be the one most affected. Private schools that not-for-profit private schools that get Montessori schools or something like that, they go to these smaller bingo halls more often than the larger bingo halls, and it would end up impacting. In the case of Senator Sullivan, there were several small private schools in her district that used 2 or 3 bingo halls that felt that this would disadvantage them if we increased the number.
Thank you. I guess Representative Almy now has a question for you.
Yeah, this same one about where these places are. As far as I know, the nearest bingo hall to my area is in about 10 miles in Vermont.
They wouldn't be affected by this law.
No, so are all of these bingo halls in Manchester and Nashua? And a couple of
No.
places
Again, so I have one in
there?
Laconia. I know there's in Concord. I believe there's one. I think Valerie was making a list of all of them for you, so she'll tell you where they are if you bring her up. But I know that Hudson has a fairly large one. Manchester's got a couple. I believe there's one down in Keene, but she can answer exactly. They're not, again, these are not, they're not big gaming facilities, right? Laconia is pretty big, right? They have a pretty big hall that's specifically earmarked for bingo that is, a lot of people go to over at Fun Spot in Laconia. And so again, I don't think that this is a huge industry, but there's actually a lot of them, especially a lot of smaller ones. There are a few really big ones, and that was the concern by moving the number to 6,000. The really big ones would be advantaged, and it would disadvantage the little ones that doesn't have enough player viewership to get to the big number, and people might choose not to come and go, and it would hurt the charities in those communities.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next I have Jenna Pacheco. Okay. So she's not speaking. Yeah. Next I have Rhonda Lane.
Hi, my name is Rhonda Lane. I'm with the Wolverine Youth Football Association. We currently conduct bingo in Hudson. I want to thank you for the time for hearing our testimony today. Carryover coverall, like it has been said, everyone is in agreement with it. The language in the rules were up for interpretation, so that's why we all ran forever with 49 numbers. So it's just the language, I guess, is being clarified so that it's 49 numbers. It's not 50 numbers or less, and there's no confusion in the language. So we're all in agreement with the carryover. As far as the Senate Bill 73, like it's been said, we brought it before the Senate House Ways and Means. It passed 5-0. Then when it got on the floor, it was taken off the consent calendar. This amount of increase that we had requested at the time, 4,000 to 6,000, which we are hoping we can get this amendment, compromised amendment at 5,000. This amount for our players has not been increased in 17 years. And there's testimony that came after the Senate hearing or phone calls made that the smaller halls would be affected. I 100% disagree with that. We were in a very small hall in Wyndham when the increase went from $3,000 to $4,000. It had no impact on us. and I have firsthand knowledge because I was running the bingo at the time. That bingo hall is still in existence. They may get 40 or 50 people. This limit, we currently run in Hudson. During the week, we're not paying out the bigger amounts. Like last Tuesday, we paid out $250 a game. So across our 12 games, that was $3,000. It's the big nights, the Friday night, the Saturday nights, where we're trying to attract people and give them more value for their money. Since COVID, we have had significant increases in our operating costs. Our pull tab costs have gone up anywhere from 40 to 70%. Our hall rental costs have gone up 25 to 40%. Paper costs have increased 15%. And we have, matter of fact, we've lowered the bundle package pricing for our players to give them more value. We can't sustain anymore without giving them something more within this industry. We don't believe it's going to have any impact on any other hall. We are a niche hall. We play just to hardcore bingo players. We don't have the machines in there. The other two big commercial halls in Nashua and Hudson do. Nashua and Manchester do. We're just a pure play bingo hall, and we want to cater to our bingo players. So being able to give them a little bit more prize money, will go from average of $333 a game at the high point to like $416 a game. We have, particularly in Hudson, we have the new Nash that just opened. There's going to be another casino supposedly opening in Salem. Supposedly some new gaming machines coming in. We're facing a lot of headwinds, and we're just asking for a tool to be able to sustain bingo. Our bingo specifically fits the needs. We give grants and donations to local small nonprofits. So we have a big outreach with homeless shelters, food pantries, Special Olympics, Meals on Wheels, shelters, community centers. So that's where our money goes to support, and we want to be able to continue to do that. Any
Great.
questions?
Thank you. Questions? Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. I wasn't sure the way you said it. Do you want the number to be 5,000 or 6,000?
Well, we really would like 6, but we're willing to compromise. I understand that there was some testimony given after the Senate hearing, or some calls that were made saying that was going to hurt the small house. We don't agree with that.
Oh, okay.
Like I said, I had firsthand knowledge of that. So if we can compromise at 5,000, at least it's a little step ahead.
But
it's
you'd rather
some
have 6.
I would love 6, just so we could offer promotional nights where we could do a big night of gaming. We're not going to expend these funds. That's not our intention. We can't do it during the week. We don't have enough players to do that. But it gives us a tool in our toolbox so that if we want to do a big promotional night, we can do it. And players tend to play at their local halls. They'll chase jackpots and that thing. We're not going to take players away from their local halls where they know the people, they have their little community groups. That's not our intentions. We just want to do what's right for our players at our hall.
Follow up?
Follow up?
What does it cost to get a card or a stack of cards, or what? I mean, what does it cost to play?
Yeah, it depends. We have not raised our prices in years, and we've made special bundle packages to make it more affordable. But you can come in and play for as little as $17, and you can play all night long.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Next, I have Mike McLaughlin.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Mike McLaughlin. I'm a lawyer and lobbyist in Concord, representing Community Bingo in Manchester. We are very comfortable with the bill as passed by the Senate, and a little surprised at the amendment, and really have no ability to discuss the amendment because I haven't had an opportunity to talk to my client about it. But I think it's important to note that the bingo world is today, like many other things, driven by the internet. People who play bingo as a hobby can go from hall to hall by looking at the websites and seeing what is available. And they will, I guess the word is, chase the carryover coverall part, because you'll see $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 prizes available. The heart of the bill at the 49 balls is highly supported by my client. The issue on the additional 5,000 now amendment to add is the concern remains that there are smaller halls that can't do it. As the last witness just testified, there are some nights bigger halls can't do it. But the money that you're talking about, the $4,000 or $5,000, comes from the money collected by that charity. So it is, again, it's a very attractive offer. If you can put on your website, your nightly limit is $5,000 or $6,000 versus a regular $4,000. But it's an opportunity. I think that the other halls who are not here today would have a discussion with you that says that they're not interested in that. The carryover coverall is separate from the $5,000 to $4,000 per night prize. So the 49, the issue with the bill was to get it to 49. It came out of the Senate with 49 balls, and we support that. Right now, I would have to say that my client's probably still concerned about raising that nightly limit from 4 to 6 or 4 to 5. Pretty much that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you. I guess the question that came to mind as you were speaking is that from what we've heard, the 4,000 has been in place for 17 years. In 17 years, I'm not sure what the inflation rate has been, but I would guess it's probably like 80% or 75% or 70%. So to go from 4,000 to 5,000 would be a 25% increase over those 17 years.
Right, but you also heard there are many evenings the halls can't even do 4,000. So the inflation rate may be irrelevant to a lot of smaller halls because they're never even going to get to 4. So it's not as if the crowd is begging for the inflation is a little bit irrelevant when you hear testimony that many nights the halls have no ability to get to 4. So why do we need to push them to 5? It's that would be my thoughts on that one.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Chris Melcher.
Tough seat, sorry. Good morning. My name is Chris Melcher. I live in Goffstown. Before I say what I was going to say, I'd like to answer 2 questions that have been asked already. Representative Almy, just so you understand on the carryover on these extra games, this is another thing we have been doing for a decade as far as the extra games and the carryover. The Knights of Columbus and Hudson had the letter Z, I believe, on their carryover for the last 25 years. And then this law came to be seen last summer that said we couldn't do it anymore. So again, we're putting things back that were already in existence. And Representative Ohm, you had asked about if it would make it more difficult to win. Of course, it would theoretically make it more difficult. Just so you're aware, even since we have gone to 50 numbers, there have been multiple carryovers in the state that have gone in 43 or 44 numbers. It is totally possible to win. They go in 49 numbers all the time. But just so you know, it's not making it impossible to win. I think somebody mentioned Foxwoods. They do 47 or 48 numbers on the carryover. So I want to answer those 2 questions that came up.
Excuse me,
Yes,
Chris,
sorry.
just to interrupt you for a second.
Sorry.
You said you're from Goffstown.
I'm
but
sorry.
at the
My
bottom
mailing
of the
address
card-
is Manchester, sir.
You're well,
I did write
but
Manchester.
you're representing who?
I'm Marion Garish in Derry. Marion Garish Charity.
Marion Garish.
Yes, sorry. I did put I'm in that Penardville area that the mail goes to one place and the...
Representative Almy, did you have a question?
I'm just having a hard time
Hearing?
understanding some words.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. So he's representing Marion Garish.
Yes, in Derry. Yep. Sorry.
Okay, you may continue.
Absolutely, sorry. And so I just wanted to really address, we are all on the same page with the carryover. Community Bingo Center has been brought up a couple of times. They actually asked to put it to 48 numbers during the Senate hearing. So there is universal agreement on the 49 numbers. We really, this whole idea about increasing the prizes in these games, some of the arguments are just really kind of rubbing us the wrong way. This committee, as we know, put forward a budget last week that makes table games in the casinos unlimited wagering, legalizes slot machines, puts $50 scratch tickets. Yet we're limited to $4,000 a night with really no competitive advantage to any of these game rooms, which are really causing us problems in taking away money and taking away players. If you go to the Nash right now, and I happen to be lucky enough to win an $11,000 jackpot on one of their machines, the jackpot immediately goes back to $10,000. If our carryover coverall goes today for $10,000, it goes to zero. We have to start over again. We're really trying to compete with these card rooms and to attract players. And by giving a little bit more money back, and just so you know, this is not just something that we're saying to get people back in. Our players complain constantly that we have a couple hundred people and can't give them more money. It is a constant complaint to us. As was said, the Senate Ways and Means Committee voted unanimously with the amendment that was offered, with the original bill that was offered, including Senator Sullivan, and then there was a floor amendment put after the fact up. We, as Mrs. Lane said, we just offer bingo in our hall. Other halls have made decisions that have made it more difficult for them to attract players. And we don't feel that that should affect our ability to attract players. Community Bingo Center is against this. They filled half their hall with electronic pull-tab machines, and that's why they can't put 250 people in their hall. They have made business decisions that have made it more difficult for them to have people in their hall. They have made themselves a smaller bingo, which should not affect that we cannot give away those prizes. And just so you understand, I know there's some confusion on the carryover. The carryover is a separate game that increases every week that the jackpot rolls over. Community Bingo Center had 55 people last Sunday night, yet they gave away $5,000 on that game this last Sunday. They are a smaller hall that is competing with large prizes, yet they're trying to make it so that we can't compete. So it just doesn't seem fair. We're hoping that you'll just consider this. Again, you mentioned inflation. I was going to mention it, Mr. Chairman. 17 years, and just so you know, before that, it had been 17 years before that this was increased. 5,000, 6,000. If Foxwoods was mentioned, Connecticut was mentioned, they have no limit. They can give away $10,000, $20,000. So you understand, the $4,000 we are allowed to give away is not just games. If we give away a turkey at Thanksgiving, it has to come out of the $4,000. Literally. Revo Casino last week gave away a car. So we really are trying to compete, and $1,000 a night when we need to do it does not seem like a big ask. So we're hoping you'll support that.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
And the last pink card I have here is Dick Barclay.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Dick Boulay. I live in Concord, registered lobbyist, and I represent Diamond Distributors. I don't represent any bingo hall. I represent the people who distribute Lucky 7 tickets, bingo supplies, paper. And so we work with all of these halls, the small and the large. And we're in favor of the bill as passed. As several have said, when it was presented to the Senate by Senator Lang, the bill passed the way it originally was. Then when it went to the floor, that's when the amendment came in to take it back to 4,000. We feel that it's fair. We tried to come up with a compromise. We didn't bring a bill back and say, let's try the 6 again. No, let's be fair. And so we said, let's at 5. As the chairman said, it hasn't been 17 years for a change, and we think it's time to do that. Bingo could be a dying situation. Many people love to play bingo. It's more of a social event. It's not the same thing as going to a casino. I like to go to a casino too. But, it's a different activity for bingos and so forth. So I urge you to pass the bill with the amendment and be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have Representative Opal?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Boulay, I understand you represent entities that supply the bingo halls. Is that correct?
That's correct.
One follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yep, follow.
Have those entities raised their prices in the last 17 years?
For the selling the tickets, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you.
The price of doing business today.
Any other questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
That's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else who'd like to testify? Do people have questions for lottery? Okay, well, I'll invite lottery up.
Yes.
Good morning, Valerie
Good
King,
morning.
New Hampshire Lottery.
You've been apparently producing something that I would very much like to have, which is on how many smaller bingo halls there are and where they are relative to the bigger bingo halls. And I would also like to know, but I don't know if there's any way to get that, is it mostly just older people now still, or are younger people coming in?
I can't answer the question about the age of the players because we don't track that at all.
Right.
That's probably best left to the game rooms themselves.
Right.
As far as the halls, I can tell you which ones are licensed and give a general idea. I don't have that data here, but give you a general idea of how much they make per month. I did want to point out there are approximately 10 to 12, depending upon, I think 2 are inactive, so I think it's more 10 active licensed commercial bingo halls. However, a charity can run their own bingo at their own facility.
And those aren't licensed,
And those aren't licensed.
like my senior center, which does penny bingo.
Correct.
Other questions? Representative Opal.
Well,
Oh, you had a follow-up.
well,
Okay.
it was a question of, if there are only 10 of these, are they all concentrated in one area of the state? Except for the one in Laconia?
The larger facilities are going to be in the southern tier. However, they range from, Manchester, Nashua, Enfield, Epsom, Claremont,
Enfield.
Dover,
Oh, yeah.
Laconia, Rochester, Newton, and Hudson. And again, those are the licensed facilities, but a charity can run a bingo at their own facility that they own.
Do you happen to know, sorry,
Follow up.
follow up? Do you happen to know, are these all the licensed ones considered big facilities? I don't think Enfield's that big, but it's fairly new too. Or when when the smaller ones and the larger ones are complaining about each other, are they all licensed? Or are the smaller ones the unlicensed ones?
The commercial bingo halls tend to be the larger ones because they can have multiple charities and they can run more days of the week. Whereas if it's a charity run, their own location, they can only hold so many game nights, so they're not going to be open as much, and they're usually in less populated areas.
But these are all licensed.
Again, if it's the charity's own facility, they do not need to be licensed. If you're
okay.
renting a facility to a charity to run their operation, then you need to be licensed as a commercial bingo hall.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to confirm, I have driven by it, but is the facility in Enfield the Pellerins
Yes.
on Route 4? Okay. All right, good. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else wanting to testify on SB 73? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on SB 73. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing on SB 83 and recognize Senator Tim Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Senator Tim Lang. You thought I was kidding when I said I was going to be here all day, but I was not. So Senate Bill 83, as you know, you have a companion bill that you've retained on the same exact topic. It had your public hearing. There's some minor, I'm only going to speak to the differences between this and your House bill, but I'll also, as I'm sure all committee members are aware, that the significant portion of these provisions were put into HB 2. I anticipate they'll stay in HB 2. They'll maybe slightly modified, but in whole, vast majority of this language will end up, and some of the House language will end up in HB 2. So the couple changes. The first is the big one, which is the tax rate. The House position in both the budget and in what was Representative Doucette's. I don't know who the new parent of that bill is in the House now, but the tax rate. So in my bill, tax rate is 32.5%. The tax rate in the House bill was 30%. So that's number one. Number two is how we split the money. And differential. The revenue, the out of the 32.5% of the GGR, the gross gaming revenue that we take, we tax it at, oh, this is 35. It should have been 32.5. I must have the wrong version of the bill in front of me. It's 32.5. 35% goes to the charitable gaming operators, charitable organizations. Sorry. 25% goes to the Education Trust Fund, and then and of the remaining money that the state keeps, 25% would go to the Education Fund. 25% would go to a new provision I created. It's a new fund called the Elderly, Disabled, Deaf, Blind Exemption Reimbursement Fund. I challenge you to say that 10 times real fast. But 25% of the money would go there. 25% of the money would go to education, with 50% going to the general fund. The other piece that's in here is a component that came out of the Charitable Gaming Commission that I served on over the summer. And this is the self-exclusion database component that's created statewide. Again, this is part of our responsible gaming efforts. Statewide, if I self-exclude from an operation in Manchester, I could, and when I go into there and cash out a prize and I'm on the self-exclusion list, I won't be able to cash out my prize because you weren't supposed to be gaming to begin with, because you've excluded yourself and there's a process to get off that list. However, if I'm on the list in Manchester, I could go to Dover and I could gamble with no problem whatsoever, because they don't maintain a statewide list. It's an individual per facility list. And so the goal of this is to help again in the problem gaming area, that when someone goes to the effort in one location of excluding themselves because they have a problem with gaming, that all operators that operate will have the access to that same list. So the person can't just go to another place. They have to go through the process to get their name off the list. The revenue that I put to that reimbursement fund. So as you know, in each of our towns, well, I won't say each because it has to be adopted, but if your town's adopted the provisions for the deaf, blind, elderly tax credits, when a town issues that tax credit, that's just a shifting of the burden, right? It takes it from the person who's getting the credit, shifting it to all the other taxpayers that are actually paying the rest of their taxes. So there's a tax shift that occurs when we issue those credits. I don't think they're bad credits. I'm just making it the practical application is that everybody else's taxes go up when you issue a tax credit. The liability is about $24.4 million statewide for all the issued tax credits in this model. My goal is not to shift the tax burden. Let's let the state pick that credit up and help our deaf, elderly, and blind individuals by us saying town's allowed to pick it up. If it chooses to pick it up, the state will pick up the cost. If in that fund there's not enough money to cover the statewide costs, it'll just be a prorated amount, but it still lowers people's property taxes. So my opinion is if you're going to open up a brand new form of revenue and that's going to create a whole bunch of money, As I said in my previous testimony, one of my other bills, again, number one thing I heard about was property tax problems. Let's make it so the state allows and covers some of that property tax cost. In this case, the paying for those tax credits. So that's what the bill does. It takes 25% of the state's portion of the revenue, puts it into a fund, and at the end of the year, when DRA puts together all of the funding, they will look at the amount of money in this fund, prorate it out to all the towns, and that'll come off your tax rate that's set for that town. That's the bill.
Questions? Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. I do have 3 quick questions, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, no, yes. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe.
The bill here puts this under the Lottery Commission. So why would on page 4, line number 1, why would the 50% go into the general fund? If you're putting money in on page 3, the 25% to the special fund for schools. Is that what you said?
Correct.
For education?
Yep. So line 34 on page 3 is the 25% to the trust fund.
But this is still under the Lottery Commission, correct?
So again, the way that revenue flows, the lottery collects it, then distributes it.
Okay, that's good. Good answer. All right, going down to bottom of the page 4, Mr. Chairman, follow up. Going down to bottom of page 4, starting on line 36, it shall be, the purpose of the fund for the elderly shall be to reimburse municipalities. Will this be a full reimbursement if the municipality says you can have $1,000 off? Will they be reimbursed that $1,000 or?
So thank you for the question. So again, as it says in the bill, it'll be a prorate. If the liability, as when I spoke to DRA to get the number, was $24.4 million statewide. So if 25% of the revenue the state collects is less than $24.4 million, they'll get a prorated amount. If it's more than $24.4 million, they'll get the full amount.
Okay. And last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. On page 5, I see that line 2, the fund shall be funded by fees collected pursuant to RSA 287-6-J:6, Roman numeral 2B2. I can't find this anywhere in the RSA. It says it was deleted. And I'm just trying, maybe Representative Almy can help me with that one. Okay.
Right. Representative Almy.
Yeah, it was deleted in 1994. I don't understand how you can, it is reestablished in line 24 to 25 on page 5 as 42A, and I don't really understand whether it's possible for you to create a 42A off of a long ago deleted number, but that's what they did.
So if I may, so again, if you look on page 3, line 26, we reestablished that chapter of law, right? 287J6, and then you go to Roman numeral 2, B2, which is the 25% to the elderly and tax credit. So again, we established a new portion of law relative to this topic in J:6. And then we reference that the way you pay for this is from that section I just created.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, just a couple more things.
Sure.
So this bill won't pass as a standalone. And I think we all know that the intent, one of the very much intentions and the reason why the money goes to the general fund is to fix our group 2 problem, which the governor has made a very much high priority. However, she needs a $25.7 million funding source to fix that. And the intention is that this would be the portion of that funding source that will fund that program. And it's why we put 50% of the money towards the general fund, is to fund that group 2 fix. But in my conversation with the governor and conversations with other members, if you were to pass this bill as a standalone, it would not get, and the Senate concurred, it would not get a signature by its standalone. that you would need to tie these revenues to the Group 2 fix that was put in the budget in order to get a signature from the governor. So that's my understanding. I may be wrong, but that's how I understand it to go. My recommendation, the only reason I sent Senate Bill 83 over to you guys was I wasn't sure you were going to pass a budget. And I wanted the vehicle and the mechanism to be able to move this topic forward. And so I agreed. I asked the Senate Chair of Finance to waive it so it would come over instead of tabling it and dealing with it in the budget. And again, the only reason I did that because I had to make my decision before you voted on the budget in HB2, which has this provision in it. So my recommendation is as you're working through this, is hold it to the end. Let's see what happens with HB2 and whether we get some resolution in there, because again, there are many provisions in HB2 that are tied directly to this bill that'll make it pass. So that's my comment. Is just hold it, because again, if you were to pass this today, just exec it and pass it on to the governor, and we concurred, it would probably not get a signature because it needs to be tied to the Group 2 solution that the governor's looking for as a funding source for fixing.
I don't disagree with you. There is a lot in here that's very similar to what's in HB2 with some changes, and we'll have to get all that straight. Representative Southworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It's a broad one. It's really for you and the chair. So this committee gets a lot of bills that touch the Education Trust Fund, changing percents, so on and so forth. And we've had the recent budget from the House. I'm trying to sort it all out. Probably need more time to do it. We're going to add money for EFA program. We've put in raising the base rate by $250 a student, sped by $1,000 a student. So those are things added into the trust fund. We've taken out, shifted other things back to the general fund. How are we going to know, and that would include your bill too, what is happening to the trust fund in 26 and 27? It just seems like either through your budget proposal or the compromise, I just feel like someone's going to have to say, these 5 things are going into the Ed Trust Fund, these 8 things are coming out, and this is what it's going to look like. Because to me, I don't have any issue with your percents, but I'm having a very hard time, and with a couple of your previous bills, seeing how that fits into the big picture.
So thank you for the question. So again, the percentage that are in here, including the previous bill we did on pari-mutuel betting, the advanced deposit wagering, that money all goes to the Education Trust Fund as well, that 1.25%. Now that's not a big number. I think it's 200,000 was the estimate projection. So it's not big dollars, but again, I'm putting money in. How the spending occurs, we'll deal with when I'm over in Senate Finance and how the spending occurs. So again, there's the House made significant changes to the Education Trust Fund and what items come in and out of the Education Trust Fund in the budget. We'll take a look at that in the Senate and make decisions over in the Senate what we're going to accept and what we're not. But I wouldn't presuppose right now in front of you and tell you what the Senate's going to do.
No, a follow-up?
Follow-up?
So, but it sounds like at that point, which we didn't really have with our budget, there should be some kind of summary that says our bills put this much in and take this much out, and this is what it looks like for 26 and 27. Because really, based just on ours, no one's done those calculations that, to my knowledge, of what the result of all the amendments and, HB2 and so on. I just think we need to know that if we're going to vote for the public.
Sure. So if I may, Mr. Chair, I know we're getting a little far afield from 83, but I'm happy to answer the question. So again, the Senate leadership, I'm in Senate leadership. We had a meeting on Friday with the LBA, and we went through the budget, went through the surplus statements, all the costing implications, and all the revenue shifts. Addition to that, Representative McGuire was in front of Senate Finance yesterday and also went through the same conversation. So the data's out there if you want to look at it. So there is a surplus statement put out by LBA that talks about all the shifting of money and where it goes, what's going to Education Trust Fund, what's not, what's coming out of Education Trust Fund, what policies are in the Education Trust Fund, what policies are coming out of the Education Trust Fund. We went through that. So we have a decent handle on it. I wouldn't say a firm handle on it, but we have a decent handle on it. And we'll continue to scrape that data out. And again, as policy changes occur, Again, the passage of, so advanced deposit wagering is not in the budget. So that'd be a $200,000 add, a 0.2 add to the education trust fund line, right, for funding. So some of that will still have a positive impact, like the advanced deposit wagering has no impact in the budget. It's not calculated in the budget. It's just a net positive to the education trust fund.
Representative Elmy.
There's just too much in here for this. I would like to see a side-by-side of some kind between this and
HB2.
HB2, the relevant parts of it, because it looks like we're taking everything that we can out of the education trust fund so that there will be not enough money, even of the little money that the public schools have been getting to pay for it. And maybe this surplus statement will help us understand it.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Maybe this surplus statement that you were given.
Go see Chris Shea. He'll happy to give it to you. But if I
Yeah.
could answer some of the statements, Chair. So again, all the percentages I'm talking about do not take education trust fund lower than it's been getting in the past. They're all made whole with some additions, like the parimutuel bill I said that was in earlier. That will increase revenue that doesn't currently go to the education trust fund. This bill will put money into the education trust fund at the level it's consistently been getting, so it doesn't reduce the funding to the education trust fund. The last thing, one topic I do want to talk about, because there was a question on whether we can use lottery money for other functions other than education. And I'm going to cover this again just to make it understand. So the issue is the Constitution. In the Constitution, it says that monies derived from lottery must be used for the purpose of public education. And roughly, that's a paraphrase of the Constitution. You have to look in context to when that amendment was passed, right, and what the context was. So at that time, we used to have a gaming commission. That gaming money didn't go to, and it was used for whatever we wanted to use it for. We had a horse racing commission. Money could go to whatever we wanted to. When New Hampshire became the first state in the nation to pass an actual state lottery, we made a point of saying that those revenues must go. So lottery function, right? Don't confuse the activity with the agency. Two separate things, right? So don't think that because the money goes to lottery, therefore any revenue generated out of lottery must go to education. It's the activity of lottery, right? So Powerball, Mega Bucks, Mega Millions, scratch tickets, right? Those are functions of lottery. Those are activities within lottery. And those lottery activities within lottery are subject to the Constitution. Horse racing, charitable gaming, are not subject to that. We used to have our own gaming commission, and we decided, because as a legislature we wanted efficiencies, and it's all basically gambling, we made an efficiency decision to combine the gaming commission, the horse racing commission, and the lottery commission into one commission. But that doesn't change the activity. The activity is what's subject, not the agency.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you very much, Senator Lang, for your description of the legal issues on that. I had a long conversation with Representative, former Chief Justice on this topic, and his conclusion to me after discussing the Constitution in some depth was that it's a gray area, and that until it's challenged in court, we can pretty much do what we want with the lottery money until somebody objects, and then we'll see what the court decides. So I think the conclusion I drew away is that we can do pretty much anything we want with the lottery money until it's challenged.
So again, if you're talking lottery money activity, I disagree with you. If you're talking lottery money division, I'd agree with you, right? So if you're talking about the agency, I think we have, with the exception of the carve out of the actual lottery money, we can do whatever we want with that money. But the lottery money, Powerball, Mega Bucks, Mega Millions, those activities, which are actually the activity of lottery, is confined by our Constitution.
Follow-up?
Yeah, if I may, I agree with your position on that. It's the way the money comes into lottery and how that's distributed is the gray area.
Again, that's a legislative prerogative, Charlie. I think Executive Director McIntyre will tell you that's a policy decision for the legislature, not for his agency.
Representative Boards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and welcome back to Ways and Means, Senator.
I'll be back here all day.
So, first of all, thank you for that excellent explanation on how that all works and plays. You are obviously wasted in the Senate. Second of all, you cut me to the quick when you said you didn't think we could pass a budget. I mean, seriously? But my question is, are we trying to enrich the general court through this legislation? I mean, it looks to me like we are trying to benefit the elderly and disabled. Does that include the general court?
So thank you for your question, but I'll just comment on one thing. So I was in the House when we didn't pass the budget, 17 and 18. So it happens, right? And even with great legislators like me in the mix, it happens in the House. So, that being said, yeah, I get your point. Yes, but the interesting thing is, again, all elderly, all deaf, all blind that are eligible for this credit. We want to encourage the credit. We don't want it to be a burden to all the other taxpayers.
Okay. Representative Spar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your light I know your light is on, but with the window.
Okay.
it's hard to see.
Just a follow up on the elderly disabled fund. If the funds in there exceed what would be appropriate, you mentioned the 24 million, let's say, would the funds just accumulate and be used towards that as a future?
Sure. Again, if we find out that the revenues far exceed the need, then again, legislative policy decision, we could expand the reimbursement for the purposes of that fund. We could do whatever we want. But again, it's going to take time to get there. So I expect the first year, maybe even the second year, we may be in a prorated amount. But then after that, we may see a positive 100% amount. Like any business, it takes time to grow to receive the revenue. And
Representative Elmy.
Yes. We've had this problem before with the research and development tax and things like not tax credit, things like that. There are a lot of towns that I think give very miserly elderly credits. I don't know if you can give none. I can't remember, because they're poor and they've got problems with this. And there are other towns that I think, wasn't Molten Borough for a while giving a 100% on elderly credit to its very few poor people a long time ago? Maybe that was before you got in. And on what is likely to happen with this is that towns that realize, oh, we can get it all back, are going to jump on and have elderly credits, which would be good in itself, but it does then lead you down the road that we had with the research and development credit, that so many people were after it that nobody got very much money, and the BIA would come back in and say, you need to put more money in that. And we'd do it, and then they'd want more money in that. And then after a while, they decided they better not try again. But it seems to me like it's a sort of a shell game when you do that, and not to denigrate, but that's what happens.
so if I may, I get your point about the proration amount and that once you establish that, more towns will come in, but I'm pretty sure that a town would like to receive 50% of its money back rather than 0% of its money back. And the taxpayers in that town would appreciate that as well. So again, while I understand your point that more towns may adopt once we have a funding source to prorate the money back, more towns will adopt. Great, more citizens get benefit, right? And more elderly, deaf, and blind citizens get benefit. And if the state can help mitigate that cost, that's even better.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With reference to 1718, Senator, I'm sure you're well aware of the notion that correlation is not necessarily causation. So I am wondering, and I don't know that you're able to answer this question. But it seems to me, having served as a journalist covering this body 40 years ago, the notion that the lottery it was established to provide support for public education, I think is pretty well entrenched in the minds of most people in the state. I'm wondering, while I understand your distinction between what is activity related to the lottery as opposed to funds going into the lottery commission from other activities like horse racing or other gambling activities. I'm wondering if most people in New Hampshire understand that distinction. Yeah, I'm wondering if there is a lack of appreciation for that fact. And again, I don't know that you can, unless you can pull a poll out of your pocket.
Well, let me just interrupt for a minute. I'm not sure Senator Lang needs to answer that, because that's, to me, more of a question for the lawyers to answer. I mean, because we're going to get into a supposition back and forth, I believe.
The only thing I was going to say was most legislators don't understand it, so I'm pretty sure the common people don't understand it either.
We just have to do what is the right thing, what makes sense, and we have lawyers we can check with. So we don't have an answer to that right now.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chair, but I think that's part of coming to the right answer.
It is, but we're not going to come to that answer during the public hearing. That was my point. Any other questions for Senator Lang?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. Representative Dan McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire. I represent the town of Epsom. I put down on my card that I'm opposed to the Senate Bill 83, but I'm actually, there are parts of it I would like you to weigh in on, because there's a number of different things going on in this bill, and as you've already discovered, they conflict with what we put in House Bill 2 and the budget. And so let's go over that in a little more detail. First of all, about the percentage and of the lottery money and how it's how much the operator keeps, how much the state keeps, how much the charity keeps, all that stuff. I would be very happy for you to weigh in on that aspect of it, right? We had to pretend to be the Ways and Means Committee when we passed the budget, because the governor put in this kind of thing, this video lottery terminals, and with a certain percentage collected from the operator. And we had members, you decided, you had a similar bill, you decided to retain it. And so we had to make a decision about that. We made the decision to charge the operators 30%, to keep the 35% of our 30% for charity and so on. I would much rather you make that decision. We also had to interact with the Lottery Commission to decide how much money that would raise for us, right? And we ended up making assumptions that were much higher than what the governor's assumptions were, in the sense that more money, we would receive more money per machine, and also that there would be more machines than expected in the governor's budget. And so we put in, I'm not sure what the number is, I could get it for you, but I'm guessing over the whole biennium, it's something like 160 million or something from these video lottery terminals. So whatever it is, we had to make that decision, but I would much rather that your committee does that for us. And therefore, well, we'll talk about it practically, how you might do that. But what I do object to in this bill is the use of the money and the programmed spending that's in this bill. So
we decided in the budget to be squeaky clean as far as the constitutionality of using lottery money. We moved 100% of all money coming from the Lottery Commission directly into adequate education payments, not even the Education Trust Fund. Because if you read the Constitution, it doesn't say use for education, it says used by the school districts of the state, right? So we put all the money from the lottery directly into the accounting unit that pays for adequate education. Now, there's more than, we also put other money into that spending because the amount coming from the lottery is much less than the amount we pay in adequate education. So we decided not to split hairs and not do what Senator Lang wants or what the governor wants, which is, well, let's carve out some of this money for other purposes. We said, let's just be clean and move all that money. And then we do spend money on these other purposes, but we do it out of the general fund. Okay. So I object to, if you want to have a program to pay for these kind of property tax exemption type stuff, do it out of the general fund, right? Or, personally, I don't like messing with taxes to spend in certain ways. You know what I mean? I would much prefer, if you think that blind and disabled and elderly people need money, do it with a check. Do it with Health and Human Services. We do have programs that spend on those kind of things extensively, and so rather than messing with what kind of taxes people owe, I myself, in some definitions, am elderly. I'm over 65 years old. I pay a lot of property tax, but I can afford it. And so just the simple fact that my age is a certain amount, I don't think I deserve a tax exemption for that reason alone. So I dislike mixing things up, and especially because this bill puts 25% of the money collected from these video lottery terminals directly to that use. And what we heard was the current spending for that use is roughly $24 million a year. But we're talking about moving $40 million to that use, right? And so over time, that's going to be, there's a mismatch there, right? There's no particular reason why 25% of the money gambled away, that comes to the state from video lottery terminals is somehow connected to the amount needed for tax exemption. So we dislike in the Finance Committee this kind of automatic program spending by law, and we eliminated a number of things like this. It had been that a percentage of liquor revenue was going to the alcohol and drug treatment spending, and we disconnected that in the budget. We took the liquor revenue, put it in the general fund, and then we decided how much we wanted to spend for alcohol and drug treatment, right? So that's the right way to do it, because every budget is different and our circumstances change from biennium to biennium, and we need to do that sort of spending thoughtfully and not by some pre-programmed percentage number that, nobody remembers why it was 10% or 30% or some other percent, right? We have to think about that every budget, and putting in program spending like this is a mistake, in my opinion. Now let's talk about the practical aspect of it. What can you do with this bill? Well, one thing would be you could simply retain it, right? We can go ahead with the House Bill 1 and 2 process, the budget process, and it'll end up however it ends up. Personally,
I'm not sure I like that. That's maybe not my number one choice. Because, like I said, I would like to hear from this committee what you want to do with video lottery terminals, right? I mean, should it be 30%? Should it be 32.5%? Should it be 47%? You know, whatever it is. And how much money will that, you know, we need a real fiscal note that says that'll make so much money in fiscal year 26 and so much money in fiscal year 27. I would like to hear from this committee what that is, right? But I don't want it to go in that form straight to the governor's desk. And this bill is not an early bill. So I would like us to request of the speaker that he makes it an early bill. And I would like you, if you want to do something in this area and you know, take out the objectionable parts, the automatic spending parts, leave in the video lottery terminal parts and make a decision on that, and pass it prior to May 8th, right, which is the deadline for early bills. We ask the speaker, make this a second committee bill, you pass it, we get it, and then we can use that information as part of the budget process. So that would be my number one choice. My number two choice would be retain. It's up to you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Ors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rep. McGuire, for that insightful outlook to this whole thing. So, wow, it would be a time crunch to get this done, though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I guess you have, what is it, 3 weeks? Today's April 15th, May 8th, roughly 3 weeks. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Almy.
If it has to pass on May 8th, we have 2 weeks.
No, I think May 8th is the deadline for reporting.
It has to be out. Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, and then, you know, then we would have a week or two, but almost certainly we would retain it if we got it. So.
If this happened, we would absolutely have to have some kind of comparison document,
That's
which
fine.
will probably take a while.
All right, any more questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next, I have former state rep, Pat Abrami. Welcome back to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee. Pat Abrami, former state rep, also chair of the Charitable Gaming Commission that ended our work on November 1st of last year. And I'm going to make 4 points here. I was here for the House version, the Doucette bill. And what I've done is I prepared a handout, which I put on everybody's desk, that attempts to do a spreadsheet on how where the revenues go, all in one spot. Before I do that, in terms of the overall House Bill, Senate Bill 83, there's one section, which is section 1, which was not discussed, which was a housekeeping thing from my perspective, but it was now changing the name of State Lottery to State Lottery and Gaming Commission. That's in the bill. That's the first item in the bill. Now, in the Charitable Gaming Commission, we did talk about, is gaming getting to a point where we need to have a gaming commission? And we pretty much unanimously decided that Charlie's been doing a good job. The executive director and his team has been doing a good job managing both, but that issue did come up. And so I'm here to say that as a commission, we said, no, it should all be in one. And we got to remember back in 2016 is when we got rid of the Racing and Charitable Gaming Commission. There was I remember Representative Almy, you remember this. I don't know, Representative Omi, if you were around then. But we did consolidate, and I think the Senator did mention that we did the consolidation back then. Which is, I'm going to talk a little bit later about the constitutional issue as well. But, okay, so let's just talk off of the sheet. What I mentioned last time is that we have historic racing machines, HHRs. And now we're talking about going to video lottery devices. And on my document, I'm calling them slot machines just to use the generic. Okay, so with HHR, it was 75%. This is all the same language. Sometimes we talk about the tax. I'm talking all about who gets what. Okay, of the gross gaming revenue, gross gaming revenue. That's revenue after payouts. And in the case of HHR, that included breakage, after breakage too. So, but at any rate, the HHR splits were 75, 8.33 to charities, and then 16.67 to lottery. The house slot machine bill that you retained made that 70% to facilities, 10.5 to charities, 18% to lottery, and then it moved 0.75% to problem gaming, which was problem gaming was dealt with in breakage before with HHR, and then 1.425% to Group B retirement. Now that bill's been retained, so but that's just there for informational purposes. Now let's put the Senate bill next to it. The Senate bill is 67.5% to the facilities, all the various locations, 11.375 to charities, 5.281% to Education Trust Fund, 10.563 to the general fund, and 5.281 to the newly formed municipal tax relief thing, the elderly, disabled, and hearing blind property tax credit program. So, and then now we're going to go all the way back to the governor. Governor's proposal on HB2 was to reduce what the facilities got down to 55%, which was pretty dramatic in terms of the facilities. Lottery, 15.75, then the Education Trust Fund, 14.625, and then the General Fund, 14.625%. These are all percentages. But what happened with the HB2 was discussed. It basically came back to Doucette's bill. Okay, 70% to facilities, 10.5 to charities, and then 19.425 to Education Trust Fund and 0.75 to problem gaming. The reason when we discussed in the Charitable Gaming Commission, we had a recommendation by the consultants we used that said you guys should move to slot machines. These historic racing machines are too expensive, and that everybody would benefit. And if you go across the lines, you will see that your first reaction might be, well, how did facilities benefit? They're going to go from 70% down to 67.5 or to 70% given the HB2. But you got to understand that the consultants did say that 75% was high, very high. But because of the totalizer cost, because of the fees paid to tracks for the historic races, and the fact that there were only 4 HHR vendors compared to 12 slot machine vendors, which means that those machines were probably priced a little higher than slot machines, that they said the 75% was okay, given the fact that when you compare it to slot play in the states with slot machines, that was high. So to me, I think I was okay with the 70%, and I'm probably okay with the 67.5% in the Senate bill, and I think there's a compromise here somewhere in between. There is probably where we're probably all going to wind up, hopefully. Charities, you can see we went from 8.33% to 10.5%. then to 11.375%. But the two remaining options, if you will, are the 11 point in the Senate bill. Charities get 11.375% as compared to the 8.33% with historic racing, and in the slot the HB2 it's 10.5%. Okay, so in both cases charities wind up getting more. Okay, and then if you look at the rest goes to the state. Okay, and I didn't have this on this chart, but obviously the state, if you add everything from lottery down, it's the state gets the historic racing, the state's getting 16.67. With the House bill, it was 19.5 if you add them all together. The Senate bill, the state gets 21.125%. The governor's bill in HB2, 29.25%. She was really looking hard for revenues. And then HB2, the House version, 19.5% when you add the various things together. So again, I'm not going to, I mean, some of these choices are intriguing, going to elderly, doing that and all, but that's really up to you folks to decide. I don't have a strong opinion other than the fact that the facilities are going to receive less, but that's okay because of the fact that their costs are going to go down because they're not going to pay all these other fees that they were paying, and the fact that there's more competition in the slot machine world, which would make those machines less expensive than the historic racing machines. So, and then charities, in either option that's on the table right now, it's, the charities are going to wind up with more. So, the other thing I want to mention that was touched on briefly by the senator was in this bill that wasn't in the dissent bill was voluntary statewide self-exclusion, which we had two consultants reported. We had one on the base, but then we got into problem gaming, and we agree as a commission that voluntary statewide self-exclusion was a good thing, and that should be kept. I would keep that in any version of this, whether it's in HB2 or not. Now, in the back of the sheet that I handed out, I put the language from the Constitution, Article 6B. And I think I've had this clarified through this hearing today, and I actually met with Senator Lang and Charlie McIntyre before the hearing, because I was concerned for the first time ever, money that's been going to lottery since 2016. Once we merged these, we all that money's been considered lottery money. Okay, it's been, that's 16 to 25, 9 years. And we're talking about other new things like sports betting, historic racing. We considered that lottery money. And simulcast has always been, when that came over, that's also considered lottery money. And I guess one could argue, and I think what I've been hearing is that, it's interesting that we're going to change in this bill. We're changing the name to Lottery and the Gaming Commission from Lottery. Maybe that's a long time coming. That maybe we should have done that, and maybe we need some more clarity, even in our Constitution, to clear this out. Because I came here going to say that I think we have a constitutional problem. I don't know how much of a constitutional problem we really have. What I was going to say was, and maybe I still will say it, that maybe we need to get an opinion from the Supreme Court. Sometimes you can do that ahead of time, or just let the chips fall where they may, and then when someone will say, someone will have to challenge it, and it'll be challenged and eventually go to the courts as to what was meant. But I accept what Senator Lang thing is, and we've just, again, we've absorbed all these things under lottery. The only thing is that we've set precedent. That's the only thing I could, other nuances, that we've set precedent for the last 9 years of treating everything like lottery. And now, for the first time, now, the governor has lawyers, right? Other entities have lawyers, and she didn't think it was a problem to put some money into the general fund from this. But I'm just saying, it may or may not be an issue going forward, and that's been mentioned before here. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Questions, Representative Elmy?
Oh, thank you. On why the 55% that the facilities get under the governor's bill is still lower, I think, than most, than what is extracted in other states for casinos. We have, at this point, instead of having 1 or 4 big casinos, we have created a plethora of casinos all over the state. Did the commission look into this possibility that that we would be creating slot machines and therefore creating the ability to increase the take that the state gets as versus the facility?
Well, the consultants, there are a handful of states that have historic racing machines.
Yeah.
But a lot of the comparisons they gave us were to states with
Casinos.
slot machines.
Slot machines.
All right. And to be honest with you, it's all over the place in terms of some of those. It's in the report. It's in the charitable gaming report. And it's and as their report is in as an appendix to our report is, and they gave examples of, and I just last night I looked at some of those, and but what you find out is that even though you have a amount coming off, a lot of states like Massachusetts, little slices come off for a lot of different things.
Mm-hmm.
It's because I kept on asking them, please normalize this, or I can see how much the state really gets versus everybody else. And they never really got to that. Okay, other than to say that the 75% was high, and that if you went to slot machines, it can be less than that. And other than that, you'd have to look at the report, and it doesn't come to a conclusion. Matter of fact, the range that they gave for the expense of and I misspoke last meeting when I said that the additional cost of totalizer and all that was 12 to 18%. That was the original report when the draft report that we got from the consultants. They came back with a revised that said 6 to 18%. Okay, was the additional cost. So I'm okay with going from 75 down to 70 or even 67.5. I think it's going to be in that range. But again, it's very hard. I kept on asking, can you give us something that's normalized, state to state? And it was just a bunch. They gave us a bunch of different charts with different numbers in it. But then you have to kind of weed through. The normalization came in. Can you, this state does this state does that. This is where the money goes. This is where the money goes. So it was hard.
Yeah. So, yeah, it strikes me that almost a lot of the money that is left with the facility is going out of state.
Yeah, that wasn't a problem years ago. It is a problem now.
Yes.
That money is going out of state. I will agree with you because most of these are now owned by out-of-state entities. Right.
Yes.
Right.
But I had another question, if I could.
Yep.
Why is nobody putting in clauses that would say that there could be that a casino could take the charity money and have more than 2 charities per casino night, when the amount of money that they're getting is going up quite a bit.
Right.
And that it wouldn't work for all of the casinos, but to give them the permission to have 4, or even in Nash, 6 charities getting money, because at the moment only, what is it, 1 in 6 charities can get anything?
Right. So I sounded the alarm in the commission. I tried that as these facilities grow larger, like the Nash we talked about last time, that's huge. And it shouldn't be just 2 charities. That's on the top of my list. You folks did vote, and I'm assuming the Senate will do the same, for the continuation of this commission to look at that. On the top of my list is that issue. How much do the charities get? How do we bring more charities in? That is in the report. We listed all the items that needed attention. One of them being problem gaming is another one that needed more attention. So that commission should look at that and say, especially, and I hope, and I've Senator Lang still back there, that I hope that gets passed and that the governor signs it sooner than later, because we need to. What happens is that charities get used to making all this money, and then you have to wean them off it if you have to go from 2 to 3. And I had different ideas about this, a whole variety of them, but we couldn't get any traction on any of the ideas to try to limit, just have a ceiling on the amount that any one charity can make. And then the other problem we have is that not all charities are created equal. There are some that really they are a charity themselves that are getting the money, versus another organization that allocates money to other charities. And then you have all the sports teams and things like that. That, and I've said it a million times. What does a little league team need with $60,000? And that is happening today. So that's a big issue. There'll be, I don't know, a bunch of members from this committee that should be appointed to that commission, and that's where you're going to have to start addressing these things. It hangs out there. That issue was not on really on our radar initially, but it became very evident that this is something that needs to be further addressed.
But as you said, it's harder to address later.
Right, and we have some other larger ones or other charitable gaming locations that have plans in the works to expand, and that will mean that the pots get bigger. And remember about the Nash. Two charitable gaming locations merged to create that. One had historic racing, one didn't. There were 3 charities that were getting money, down to 2. So that's a problem. That's why I feel it's an immediate issue that needs to be addressed, because I'm assuming, I haven't seen the numbers, but I'm assuming that the gross gaming revenue that's allocated to everybody is pretty big.
Other questions?
I've got a third one, if
Okay. One more question and then.
to the girl. There is one group, the House, which has put problem gaming in there at all. And there is no language in there, I think, that describes how the problem gaming money should be used. We're in a situation now where there is no, as far as I can tell, no problem gaming attempts to find and help addicts, because there was so little money in it before. I think that or maybe the people from Massachusetts that were recruited to help just threw up their hands and left.
Again, as I mentioned a minute ago, problem gaming was a big issue. We had a whole second report on that from another, well, the same group, but they actually engaged the folks in Massachusetts who do a pretty good job of this, and it really requires a lot of attention. What's going on now is there's really not much going on. I mean, simple answer. And then we in the commission said that we should define what we want first before we define how much money we should need. I had no problem with that. Doucette had something in here, 0.75, and it looks like that came over to the and 0.75% of the gross gaming revenues. It's a big number. I know you got after the last meeting. I know executive director came back with higher revenue estimates for some. So that 0.7, I haven't had the chance to do the math, but that's a big number, and that does reside in House Bill 2 now. That piece is in House Bill 2, so there'll be some funding there. So, but in the Senate bill, there's nothing there. But we hear, I don't want to speak for, I don't know if Representative McGuire is still behind me, but there are some that would say that should be dealt with every budget year, and it should be a budgeted thing. So you're going to hear from finance guys that that's what they'd like to do. Versus having a special fund, because this becomes a special fund. And, we have 300 of them, right? And I know we have a commission, I mean, a joint committee with the Senate on trying to get rid of some of these specialty funds. But, at least it's right now, it's competing between the Senate bill and HB2. HB2 has 0.75% going to problem gaming. Senate bill doesn't have anything going to problem gaming. And Senator Lang would probably argue, well, finance and Senate will allocate money. And again, we had this long discussion in the commission about what comes first, the horse or the cart. What do we want to do? Let's define it, and then let's properly fund it. That's where we were.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the last pink card I have is Alicia Preston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I represent the New Hampshire Charitable Gaming Operators Association, and we are here to generally support SB 83. There are some differences, as noted, between the language in HB 2 and in this bill, that if you choose to move forward with this, we would love the opportunity to work with you to address some of those differences.
Thank you. Would you like to enumerate any of those, or?
Just a couple that I have in front of me. There's definitions for wide area progressive link. There's definitions for high stakes tournament and prizes. So none that I have in front of me are very controversial, but they're more just things that we worked with HB2 as opposed to SB 83.
Okay. Questions? It must be lunchtime. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I make a request of the chair?
Yes.
Would it be
Microphone.
appropriate for you to request that all of our committee members get the surplus statement rather than individually speaking it out? I mean, I know we just voted Thursday, but I guess it is out. So it would answer some questions, supposedly.
Yeah, we can make a request for that.
I mean, I wrote down to do it, but I would think everyone will want to see what it looks like after all the amendments and everything.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. Microphone, Mike, please.
If we could have someone from LBAO come with the surplus statement and explain it to us, because the surplus statements are not for not for the general public. Let's put it that way.
I'm sorry, say that last part.
Well, they're just numbers.
Right. Yeah.
So we need a little context.
And let's see, I guess Does anyone have questions for lottery on this bill?
I have a question.
Okay,
And I have a question.
we have two questions. Well, we're talking about SB 83.
Good afternoon, again, Charlie McIntyre, Lottery Director.
Representative Bowman, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Director McIntyre. First, let me thank you for your impartial and objective analysis of the competitive situation. Last time we talked, you had a analysis that went into the governor's budget as the governor's proposal on HB 2. Do you have any changes to that recommendation at this point in time?
I don't. One of the things I would do is the fiscal note you have before you was done at the time when the bill was filed, so it's a few months old. I'd probably want to revisit that again, because as you can imagine, this is being built in the air, and I have more data now than I had when we did it, and I'll have more data next week. So whenever the chair or the committee has a work session, if you're contemplating that, I'd be happy to attend and go over the numbers at that point.
Okay, follow up?
Yeah, specifically, I'd be interested in any updates you might have on the split of the terms to the operator, such as the license fee, such as the cost per machine fee, such as a cost to do a build out, and then finally the percent that the operator should be taxed. If you would have any updates on those specific broad terms, that would be very useful.
I mean, certainly as I suggested to this committee and to the Senate, your Senate counterparts, the revenue share model was the number that I provided the governor to help, fund a number of initiatives, most notably the police and fire Group 2 retirement, which was an important cause. I have no changes to that, but certainly what that number is a decision by you folks, and whatever data I can provide, happy to do so. But it was based on my belief of the marketplace in the Northeast.
Representative Southworth.
Thank you. It's a perfect follow-up, similar question. So we'll be getting basically updated revenues for 26 and 27 based on what's been going on recently.
Correct.
And then, which I can do myself, we've talked about the range that's going to go to the state. So I'd like to then be able to, make an easy chart of what if we get 30%, what if we get 40%, what if it's something in the middle. That's
Sure.
easy to do on my own. But those numbers I'll need first.
Certainly. I have a date with Senate Ways and Means, I think next week or the week after, to give updated revenue estimates. And out of courtesy, I would provide that to the chairman as well as our updated revenue estimates for this year as well as the next 2 years. And,
Great. No,
just so
that would
you're both working from the same numbers.
That'd be very helpful. Thanks.
Anybody else? Representative, yes.
We've been presented by Representative McGuire with a sort of ultimatum. We either retain the bill or we do it as a first committee very quickly. Do you have any?
Well, I
Thoughts on that yet?
don't consider it an ultimatum.
It sounded like
because-
one to me.
Well,
And I know the
people can
guy.
people can make ultimatums, but we'll decide in this committee what we do.
Okay.
We'll certainly take that information into account. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. So is there anyone else who would like to testify on SB 83? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on SB 83. And now I know our next public hearing is at 1 p.m. for SB 147. Given that it's 12:20 now, let's convene back at 1:10 or 1:15. Let me think. 1:15. We'll come back at 1:15 to have the public hearing on SB 147. Thank you. Okay, the time being 1:22, I want to get started again. Before we start, I just want to make, I just got word and want to make a sad announcement. I just found out Norm Major passed away this morning. And he obviously was the chair of Ways and Means many, many years. And so what I'd like to do is just have a moment of silence for him. I'll now open the public hearing on SB 147 and recognize Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is sad news. I served for 6 years on this committee with Norm. The guy was a genius. So that's very sad news. Senate Bill 147, surprise, we're going to talk about gambling again. So this bill was not put in at the request of anybody other than myself. As you may or may not know, we have a grandfathered clause when it comes to simulcast horse racing and betting in our state. Back when we used to have horse tracks and greyhound tracks, we limited betting to simulcast to those places where that activity occurred. So that was Hinsdale, Rockingham, Seabrook, and Belmont. Right. So those 4 locations were grandfathered in and were able to provide simulcast services. Since then, 2 of those have gone out of business. And so there are only 2 left that are eligible. Only one of them does it. So the Brook and Belmont are the 2 that are licensed or eligible based on the fact of our grandfathered clause. That are eligible. The Brook is the only one that does it right now. I just felt that if we're gonna do gaming, we should level the playing field across all gaming operators. Nobody's running a horse track anymore. Nobody's running. So therefore, but everybody has a game of chance license. And so if you're eligible for that, you should be able to provide the simulcast horse racing as well if you chose to. It's all this bill does. It's a permissive bill. Do I think that every gaming operator is going to go and open up a horse line to be able to do betting? No. Do I think they should be eligible if they want to do it? Yes. And that's all this bill was about, is making them so that if they wanted to do it, they could. I honestly don't. It's not a big enough line that I think everybody's going to jump in, but the ones that want to, I think, should be able to. That's it. That's what the bill does. It just makes it so you can bet on a horse race at a facility.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, just a simple question. The payout on simulcast racing, is that the track odds of the racetrack, or is that the independent pool odds from the gaming facility or some pool in New Hampshire?
I'm sorry, Representative. Could you restate the question? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. So when you place a bet on simulcast, you're placing a bet against some other bettors into a pool. Is that betting pool the pool at the racetrack that's doing the simulcast, or is that betting pool a local pool within the state of New Hampshire?
It is not a local pool. It's a national pool. You're participating with everybody else in that race.
Other questions? Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm confused looking at the bill, Senator. What is it on page? I guess it's page 1 of the bill, not the title. On line, what is it? Line 4. It looks like it's setting up permission for someone to actually hold a real horse race or harness race, and the simulcast part is struck. What am I missing?
Right. So again, we're not prohibiting horse racing. If someone wanted to go open a track, they can go open a track now and get a license to do it. So we didn't want, that's all contained within this, but the idea was that we didn't want to limit the ability to take a pari-mutuel bet to only those places that you could run a track race. Because it's the or at which pari-mutuel pools are sold.
Thank you. I just didn't go far enough.
Yes, Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator.
On the physical impact note, it says, nothing, you don't have anything to report when completed. It'll be forwarded. Do you know when that will be completed? The physical?
The FN, when I think it'll be completed.
Yeah.
So I honestly think that even if you got the FN, it's going to be an indeterminable because this is only based on the facilities that choose to, it's only going to increase if a facility chooses to do it. And they would have no way of knowing which facility is going to choose to do it. So even if you got an FN report, it's going to be indeterminable.
Thank you. Yeah.
You do? Oh. I guess there is an FN, but what does it, did you read it?
Indeterminable.
Wow.
Surprise!
Yeah, that is a big surprise. Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Representative Schoenberg.
a question for you concerning the FN that I see over there. Was that drafted by the DRA or by the Lottery Commission?
Where did that come from?
This one.
So why,
Lottery Commission.
lottery, okay. Yes, lottery.
Lottery Commission?
Question?
Yeah, I haven't seen if that's this bill, I haven't seen the page that's
It's the,
Yeah, this,
it's the overnight appendix.
oh, they updated it?
Yeah.
updated.
I printed that out last night.
So again, the FN reports, we don't know how many operations they'll do it. So there's no way for the lottery to be able to determine what the impact will be. But the tax rate will be 1.25%, same as it is for for the ones that do pick it up.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator, one last. I know you said you had introduced this bill on your own. You weren't asked by anyone, but in the course of these conversations on all of this legislation, have you had any indication from anybody who currently holds a license that they might be interested in expanding to this activity?
Thank you for the question. So yes, I've had some interest. I've also had some that we don't even care about this. It's irrelevant to us. And some have said we oppose it. So again, it's run the gambit across the industry. I think for the most part, it's lukewarm. It's not a hot topic that they're burning to have. Let me put it that way.
Thank you.
Yes, Representative
Thank you.
Rowley.
On you've taken out or simulcasts so that if somebody did start a track in this state, and some multimillionaire decided that he wanted a world-class place and this was going to be it, would you need more language again for that eventuality than what's in here?
So if your question is that if someone wanted to run a racetrack and build a brand new horse racing track here in New Hampshire, would I need to change the language? I don't believe so. I'll just go back to my previous statement. Remember, we said that all gaming in New Hampshire is illegal unless we've made it legal. We've already made horse racing legal. So this is just allowing the other piece of it, the pari-mutuel at all facilities.
I'm reading over this. I don't know. I must be missing something. I'm reading over, starting at line 4. And I know this has already been asked, but you crossed out simulcast, but where in here does it allow simulcast now that that's crossed out?
So again, it's the or that there's two provisions. It's if you read at the balance of line 5, horse racing or meet for public session at which a pari-mutuel pools are sold. So again, they would be able to sell a pari-mutuel pool wherever someone chose to get a license to offer horse racing. The simulcast is the same piece. It doesn't, and Charlie could probably explain it better than I can, but because this is language I got from him based on what I wanted to do.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. Representative Schoenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator. On page 3, line 18, it mentions the civil forfeiture of $50. do you think that's sufficient enough to get reaction out of a company that's holding that money?
Again, that was existing law. The only thing I changed in that piece was adding under that section of law about payment was what's in bold and struck out. So that was existing law. I didn't change.
Representative Almy, do you have a question?
Oh, no. I was just trying to
Okay.
find what you were talking
Line 18 on page 3. Okay, so seeing no more questions, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
I'll now invite Mike Cataldo up.
Thank you to the chair and to the committee. My name is Mike Cataldo. I'm a vice president at the Brook Casino in Seabrook, New Hampshire, and I'm here along with Jim Boulay to request that the House Ways and Means Committee not approve SB 147. Senate Bill 147 would allow facilities that currently operate charitable casinos and historical horse racing machines to apply for a license to sell pari-mutuel pools on simulcast horse races. Historically, simulcast operations were permitted in New Hampshire at 4 track locations: Hinsdale, Seabrook, Belmont, and Rockingham Park. All of these facilities previously held live racing, and simulcast was allowed in an effort to help boost struggling horse and dog track operations. Currently, the Brook in Seabrook is the only facility that has maintained its simulcast licensing through continuous operation. Maintaining those operations was neither easy nor inexpensive. Live racing in the U.S. has been on a decades-long decline as other forms of wagering have replaced it as a form of entertainment. Correspondingly, simulcast wagering has also been on a steady decline. At the Brook, despite offering the latest technology, video monitors, and an updated physical environment, simulcast wagering continues to decline. Since 2021, business volumes are down over 30%. We anticipate this decline to continue as more and more tracks in the U.S. close. The Brook respectfully requests that the House Ways and Means Committee remand SB 147 for the following reasons. In addition to the former Belmont track location, the Brook is the only facility licensed to provide simulcasting. This is because of our historical ties to live racing. We are also the only facility allowed to offer online mobile simulcast wagering. We are already facing competition from illegal, unauthorized mobile platforms. Allowing charitable casino locations that have no historical ties to live racing would be giving our long-term, legislatively protected rights to groups and organizations with no connection to the statute's history and had not tithed to that long and difficult financial journey that was needed to preserve those rights. The Brook now, and as Seabrook Greyhound Park, has continually invested to keep simulcast racing business viable. This legislation would give those rights away, further devaluing an already declining business. We have invested significant capital over the years into providing a favorable environment for our customers to stem the downturn of this business. Allowing other licenses in the state would only further dilute that dwindling base of business. Pari-mutuel employees at the Brook have long been members of the Teamster 633, which means these jobs in New Hampshire have proudly been performed by union employees. Union employees whose hours and jobs could be impaired should this legislation pass. These employees also have skill sets and experience that are not likely transferable to many other businesses in the state. For example, the average employee in our simulcast department has 22 years of experience, and in fact, we have 6 employees with over 35 years of experience. You may or may not be aware, but the Brook and its parent company are a 100% employee-owned company. As an ESOP, we provide fully funded long-term retirement benefits to our employee owners. The performance of their retirement is directly tied to the performance of the business. Brook made investments, significant capital investments to stabilize and attempt to grow pari-mutuel operations. In doing this, relied on the fact that the legislation that had been in place for more than 30 years would not be changed. This legislation seeks to reward our competitors with the rights of a license that when we purchased the business, we believed were limited. We believe that since buying Seabrook Greyhound Park in 2019, we've been good community partners on the Seacoast and good standing members of the business community in New Hampshire. We've created more than 400 new jobs with low-cost health care and a fully funded retirement. Giving simulcast rights to those that have not invested in the industry for years seems unjust. As such, we believe that facilities with no connection to live racing should have no rights to simulcast. For our employees, and in the context of keeping simulcast wagering only in locations that have historical ties to live racing, we again urge the House Ways and Means Committee not to pass SB 147.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking this question. You mentioned that there's unauthorized platforms. Are those platforms within New Hampshire or outside the state?
My understanding is that they're outside the state.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman. Sir, do you know if the Attorney General's office allows New Hampshire residents to wager outside the state on an issue like this? Or does it have to be a platform within the state?
I couldn't speak to that, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Questions? Representative Spar, oh, your light is on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Just a quick question. You mentioned, I guess, it's not an easy line of business to be in, and it's also not inexpensive, and revenues are on decline. Why would you be concerned about competition? Since you are adept at it.
Well, I think as business revenues continue to decline, we want to preserve what we've worked hard to keep in Seabrook.
Oh, how do you feel philosophically about monopolies?
Quite honestly, I hadn't given it much thought.
Thank you.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. Do you have any documents from the beginning of your time here that would say that these licenses are only for places that have a historic tie to horse racing?
I couldn't speak to that. I assume that there's documentation that goes back to the advent of racing, both in Seabrook in the 70s and in the 4 locations at the state.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if that exists somewhere,
I would be certain of it.
but you couldn't find it.
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Malloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I want to follow up on Representative Spar's line of questioning here. You mentioned that you felt like it was unjust to be able to make rights available to other places for pari-mutuel, and that have not invested in this. What is the cost of investing in this for a site that has not done this? Give me some context of cost if you can. Thank you.
Sure. It'd be very difficult to give you an investment cost in dollars, but I can tell you there's hardware costs, there's software costs, there's facility costs, and there's labor costs, all of which we've spent significant amount of money on since 2019. And in point of fact, I think the previous owners of the Seabrook Greyhound Park had fought over the years to keep the business operational when simulcast costs continued to rise and revenues continued to decline.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's all I have for pink cards. Is there anyone else who'd like to speak?
Mr. Chairman, could we ask the Director of lottery to come up?
Good afternoon, again, Mr. Chairman. Charlie McIntyre, Val King with the lottery.
Thank you. Representative Schamberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director. Going to my question concerning platforms and people being able to wager. Okay. We had a bill earlier, talked about Senate Bill 60 that talked about wagering. We had to put this in place so that people could wager from New Hampshire outside the state. Why would this one be different?
So you'd be placing the wager in state fundamentally because you'd have to physically be at one of our locations. So the wager would be in state. The wager would be paid. If you won, you would be paid in state. So where it transmits over across state lines, like for example, the lottery's data center is in Atlanta, Georgia, with a backup data center in Ohio. So all of our transactions are go to those two data centers, and they're soon to be in the cloud. Because the wagering, the transaction, the scalability of the cloud is so much greater than physical data centers. So I would see no problem. Certainly, I'm not speaking for the Attorney General. If the simulcast was happening in state, like you were taking the bet at a terminal that exists at the Brook or Manchester or Nashua, and then you were getting paid off of that same terminal, the transaction occurs within state.
Follow-up, Chairman. I guess my question is going more to if New Hampshire residents are sending revenue wagers outside the state to a platform that you have no control over, what is the restitution that a person could go against that platform if the state is not involved at all?
I mean, it'll be fundamentally our obligation to regulate the operator or operators in question to make sure that indeed all of the wagering happens appropriately, which we do currently with the Brook. We have a reconciliation every month. Our finance team goes over with the Brook finance team to make sure all the wagering is done correctly. Like, for example, we go over outs, which are tickets that don't get claimed in time. Lots of times folks win $2, they don't claim it. But we have a lot of those tickets. So it wouldn't be a hard process, Representative, to your question.
Representative Almy.
Thank you. I'm trying to remember back when you arrived, but I think it was while the Racing and Charitable Gaming Commission was still around.
Correct. I arrived in 2010, and we absorbed them into 2015, 2016.
Yeah. They're
Val's the last remaining member, I'd probably say. I scared them all away, apparently.
I am wondering whether there is anything in the archives of that group that is still accessible that would talk about the conditions for those licenses, those 4 licenses.
So that's in current statute as far as who is eligible for a license. That's in RSA 284. And that's where it says you had to have had a racetrack in operation by, I think it was 2009. And so, as was mentioned earlier, all but 2 of those tracks are no longer even physically there. So
Right.
it's just the Belmont and the Brook that remain.
Right. But presumably there was, when the license was being gained, there were conditions that were put in about, maybe about perpetuity.
Yeah, I don't, we can't speak to that. Predates.
Yeah, you
both of
wouldn't
us.
be able to,
Yeah,
but the archives might have something.
But very well, yeah. Not our archives, certainly, because they've moved over as of the date they moved over. We didn't grab archival stuff. I think that went to the library.
more questions for lottery? Seeing none, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on SB 147? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Okay, so we only have Okay. Time to open the hearing on SB 160 and recognize none other than Senator Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm a sub on this committee at this point. So thank you for Senator Tim Lang, Senate Bill 160. Again, this was brought at an industry request. This has to deal with raffles being held at bingo games. When I was looking at the bingo language, we identified a couple areas we just wanted to modernize and bring up to date. The first is on line 4, we just struck the word sequentially, and this basically comes out to if you're selling a raffle ticket and you pull off a whole bunch and you give this person some to go sell and this person to go sell, they may not be sold 1, 2, 3, 4, and maybe 1, 2, 10, 12. And we just wanted to clean that up because that's the way practically it works. And so that was part number 1. Part number 2, we're just looking to modernize and make more how much money they can buy a ticket for. Again, think of your typical 50-50 ticket that you might do instead of only being able to do $1 and having to buy 10 tickets to spend $10. You can just buy 1 ticket and get $10. So same idea. The next one was section 3 was just, again, a modernization. We changed a while back when I was in the House, how we deal with things with games of chance and charities having to be on site during the operation of a charitable gaming operation. We took away the requirement that they physically be there on site. This is the same language, but for bingo. We just struck the requirement that the charity has to be the people doing this. And then lastly, we raised the prices from $500 to $1,200 again if you're doing a thing. It was a modernization bill. That's all it is, asked by the industry. There was no there was nobody who objected to it in the Senate Ways and Means Committee.
Thank you. Representative Elmy.
Thank you. I don't understand some of the language here. You explained sequentially. No ticket or multiple tickets shall be sold for more than $10. You mean that you could sell multiple tickets to the same person and that each of them could be $10, or what does that mean?
So again, the only thing I changed in statute was that $1 to $10 is the only change. But again, the inclination there is, again, you would be completely within, my understanding, and Valerie's the one that actually regulates this aspect of gaming. But my understanding is, again, I would be completely within my ability to sell you 10 tickets at $1 a piece, and that would be fine under the $1 language. But I couldn't sell you 1 ticket at $10. And again, the idea is just to clean that up and to make it so, again, you could buy it, the maximum price for any 1 ticket's $10. Or if I was doing
multiple tickets, you could do.
Or 10 tickets are $10, right? But I couldn't sell you, yeah, so.
And then there's the same thing down, follow up? The same thing down in section 2. Prizes awarded at any raffle held in conjunction with a bingo game shall not exceed $500 or $1,200 wholesale cost. Does that mean each prize, or does that mean all the prizes together?
So again, if I'm buying a raffle I suppose in theory they could run multiple raffles in the same night and have different prizes for each raffle and sell them each for $10 by this law, but any one prize given on one raffle couldn't exceed $1,200.
if there was only one prize in the raffle.
Correct. Again, it's not to exceed number. It's not a low, it's not the minimum number. It's just a not to exceed number.
It'd be pretty high if it was the maximum number. I mean, if someone got 10 prizes and $1,200 in one raffle.
Well, again, for any single raffle, right? It says the prizes awarded can't exceed $1,200. So again, I could do a stage. Hey, the first ticket that gets drawn gets $500. The second ticket gets $250. The next 3 tickets get $100. But as long as my aggregate prize amount doesn't exceed $1,200,
So that's what it's supposed to mean.
that's what that line means. Is the way I read it.
Thank you.
Representative Opal.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question, Senator. It's good to see you back here. It's been a while. I just want to go back to paragraph 2. And because my concern, I think, is similar to Representative Almy. A lot of folks, when they do raffles, it's, we're going to sell 1 ticket for $1. You can buy 10 tickets for $9, or you can buy 20 tickets for $15. And I guess, if you're selling 20 tickets for $15, does that mean each ticket is less than $10 so would be allowed under this new provision?
So I think Valerie would probably tell you again. I think that if you did that, you'd violate this section. If you did, I think you'd violate this section, multiple tickets for more than $10. But it doesn't mean you couldn't do that. You can buy, 1 ticket for $5, 2 tickets for $8, and 3 tickets for $10, as long as you stayed underneath the 10 for the multiple to make it more cost effective.
Well,
I think that would be okay.
I don't want to be a whistleblower here, but I think I've participated in a couple raffles that may have violated this section. Thank you.
Charlie will be in contact. So,
I'm just going to turn myself in.
Representative Elberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Senator. Just to clarify, when you were talking about the $10 limit, is that only in situations where there are raffles at bingo games, or would it be if there's a nonprofit that's doing a fundraiser? And is it limited just to bingo?
yes. So again, if you look at the RSA 287A8, which is what we're amending, it specifically is raffles held in conjunction with bingo games.
All right.
So it's not all raffles held in the state. We have other rules regarding that, and I think that's dealt with by outside of lottery with another agency.
Thank you.
Then I think I'm off the hook.
Then you're okay? You're good? Okay. Charlie, you don't have to investigate him. He's good.
Representative Ohm.
Yeah, thank you. I'm curious also about the $1,200 limit. And the reason for that is I'm wondering where the federal tax liability reporting kicks in on these type of lotteries. I know that in video slot machines, video terminals, there's a $1,200 threshold for a federal W2G. And I know that in Keno games, I believe it's $600 for that threshold. Do you know if there's a threshold on these type of games for federal reporting and whether this number stays below that threshold?
So thank you for that again. I believe that Charlie and Valerie can answer that question, but my understanding is you would be required to report.
Representative
I
Shambo.
think that's federal law, not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator.
You're not
Earlier today, we had Senate Bill 73, and it came with an amendment because of what happened over in the other legislative body. You said was pulled because of that number, 6,000 was too much or whatever. And the argument was it affects the small bingo centers. Would that argument still apply here, do you think, that the bigger halls would be able to definitely get to that $1,200?
So thank you for the question. Again, this was unanimously supported by everybody when we held the hearing, including the smaller bingo operations.
Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Charlie about that tax
We will invite lottery up. Charlie and Valerie. Right.
Good afternoon again. For the record, Charlie McIntyre and Val King from the lottery. From the outset, let me suggest that while we do regulate bingo, we don't regulate raffles.
Okay.
But happy to answer questions you have about this.
Representative Schamberg is eagerly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to get your neck loosened up a little bit here. All right.
It is better than it was this morning.
Thank you, Director. Just a question. Once again, we get to the fiscal note. Do we have a fiscal note on this one anywhere?
Not that I'm aware.
Oh, I didn't have that. Well, I guess you don't have to answer that. But did you draft one by chance?
Because we don't regulate raffles, I assume we did not receive one.
Yeah, we don't really track information regarding raffles because we
Oh,
don't regulate.
okay. Now I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, Representative Ohm?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I want to get back to the tax reporting question, not the
Yes.
morality of the tax reporting, but the federal law on tax reporting. Is there a tax reporting requirement on these types of games?
There is. It's my understanding, once again, that for raffles, the tax reporting requirement, which means a W-2G, is winnings of $1,200. So you would subtract the cost of the ticket. So this, I imagine why this is $1,200, because if the minimum ticket is $1, then your winnings don't exceed $1,200. If it's over $5,000, you are required to withhold, report, and pay on behalf of the winner. That the winnings are above $5,000. So those are my understanding of the. Like I said, I avoided tax law in law school, but that was my understanding of the taxes involved.
Yeah, and as a footnote, I had my share of W-2Gs, so I'm curious about the topic. Thank you.
Any other questions for lottery? Yes, Representative Allen?
Is that why it says wholesale?
Again, we don't regulate it, but my understanding is the prizes don't necessarily have to be cash.
Okay, seeing no more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to testify on SB 160? Would you? I don't have a card. It's lost in the. Wait a minute. Is this it? Oh. Okay, we do have a card. It was on the wrong side of the table here. Okay.
Here we go. Dick Boulay, representing Mr. Wentworth from Diamond Distributors. We sell these raffle tickets in New Hampshire. And I checked with Lottery, with Valerie, and this law has been years before it's been updated. And she tells me if enforcement would be done by the Attorney General's office, not the lottery. And so we were just trying to bring it up to date because we understood that there were people that were not following the law correctly. But as it was stated by several people, that this here, it only applies to bingo games, raffles at bingo games. And as some of the people that were here this morning explained to me, what they do, it can go up like to $1,200, and they split the prize between the charity and the winner. We do a lot of that, and the small halls probably would not be against this because they wouldn't go up to 1,200. They might have 500 or 300. It depends how many people are in attendance. But all of the people that we represent, that we sell tickets to, have given their indication that they're in favor of this raffle bill. Be glad to answer any other questions.
Questions? Representative Almy?
This is a little off the topic, I guess, but the other raffles, when I was first back, there were a considerable number in street fairs. There'd be somebody with a raffle booth. collecting for we didn't know what. And people would buy tickets. And is that now illegal?
No, it's not illegal as long as you go and get a license from the town.
Oh, you get a license from the town.
But this here comes under the bingo. It is different, but no, you can get a license for
That
things
would
of
explain
nature
why they were
at the
always,
respective city
yeah.
or town.
they were always in Hanover.
I didn't think they gambled up there.
Dart, you said it's Dartmouth Distributors.
Other questions? Seeing none, thank you very
Thank you
much.
very much.
Is there anyone else that would like to testify? Not seeing anyone else in the crowd, I'm going to assume no.
Would Senator Lang like to come back up again or anything?
All right. Seeing that Senator Lang doesn't want to testify anymore, I'll close the public hearing on SB 160. Okay. That concludes today's public hearings. And we have a couple of other items of business. First, I've requested, Jennifer, you're going to look into getting a side-by-side comparison of HB2 and no, just the VLT section as compared to SB 83. Thank you. The other thing that we need, and I don't know if I request this through you or I do this directly, but it was suggested that there's a surplus statement out from LBAO on the latest.
It was given to the Senate by the House on Friday.
It was given to the Senate by the House. Okay, so I guess there's some sort of updated surplus statement. Is that something that you could email us? Oh, we have. Oh, we have it.
We have it.
Great. That's really efficient. All right. So it's in your emails. So I'll cross that out as a to-do item. All right. What else? So the other thing is that Jen has communicated with someone at the Nash to figure out who here is interested. So I want to do two things: see who's interested in going on a field trip to the Nash, and then sort of what time. They kind of left it kind of open-ended, but at least if we can suggest what are good days and times for those who are interested. First of all, how many, by show of hands, are interested in a field trip to the Nash?
Bill Bolton go with us? Money?
Oh, okay. All right, so we'll have to ask the person at the Nash.
Drive ourselves down to Nashville.
I don't know, as opposed to what, meeting here?
Meeting here and busing down.
We're not thinking up to Concord.
I'm not sure how we coordinate a bus, but we could maybe see if, are there other people in the area that could meet? Maybe there's some carpooling options. Representative Almy was just asking about a bus option, but I was just saying maybe if there's someone who lives in the Concord area or people could meet here and carpool. I mean, I personally would just drive directly there because I'm from Salem.
I'd probably walk.
Bill's going to walk. Yeah, you're not going to drive to Concord, so you can maybe bus to Nashville. So we'll probably have to explore private carpooling. So what sort of day? I mean, obviously Thursdays are typically bad, unless it's this Thursday. Yeah. All right, so this Thursday doesn't work. All right, so I guess next week I'm planning on having a meeting on Tuesday. Monday is Patriots Day. I know we don't, but Some people might be tied up. What about Wednesday, the 23rd? Wednesday, the 23rd or Friday, Wednesday, the 23rd,
It
maybe?
would have to be in a way that would allow Democrats to get back by 3 o'clock to a place where we can plug into a caucus.
Okay, so then it would Wednesday morning, we would want to do it Wednesday morning.
But fairly late in the morning, since it takes 2 hours.
I guess the thing is, we have no idea how long, we would be there. Do you have an idea, Bill?
Yeah, I just have a potential conflict. I'm hoping we could have a work session on Senate Bill 83, and perhaps we could establish that as well as a time to visit the casino.
Yeah, Senate Bill 83 will need a work session. I am not available. So we're talking about next week right now. We could potentially do that next week. I want to probably exec SB 63 next week. I think we got that email on that solved our questions. Yeah. 63 was it? Oh, wait a minute. No, 63 was from last week. 63 is, I need to get a schedule in, obviously, by noontime tomorrow at the latest. But HB 63 that we talked about last week, public hearing was, what was that? Relative to funding the Division of Travel and Tourism.
Yeah.
And I think we got an email from DRA that kind of, I need to look at that again, I think. But that's our one early bill, is SB 63. So I'd like to probably, have a work session and an exec session, maybe on that, when we meet next Tuesday, the 22nd. At this point, unless more bills came in today, there was only 2 bills we didn't have public hearings on yet. So expect Tuesday, the 22nd to be a fairly full day because I think we'll want to exec a couple of bills, have a couple of public hearings, and maybe have a work session on SB 83. I'm actually away the week of the 27th, and it's not that, we still could have a meeting and Jordan could run it. So that's the week of the 28th, I guess, Monday the 28th, Tuesday the 29th. Anyways, I need to figure out that schedule. But so how long, have you been to the Brook? Do we know how long it might take to, an hour?
Yeah, I've been to the Nash.
I'm sorry, the Nash. I meant the Nash, yeah.
And it's quite a nice place. You could spend easily an hour and a half walking through it. But in many respects, all the casinos are alike. They've got fancy games. They've got nice restaurants. You can't really pick apart this one from any other one. Now, if we can get some back information on it, when I was there, I was talking to the employees, where did you come from? I want to see if these are local people. They're basically from Lawrence, Lowell. Very few people from within a 10-mile radius of the Nash. They're all from out of town. So I think those kind of factors are unique to this property. What's different about this place than any other place.
Now, you said you wanted to meet later in the morning. Is 10 o'clock too early?
To get down there.
Yeah, I guess if we got down there by 10:30. How long does it take to go from here to Nashua? Half an hour?
40 minutes.
45 minutes.
45?
From here,
Yeah, because it's the southern, it's
Well, I guess
at
if,
the Massachusetts
I guess if
border.
we tried to
side.
see if they're available at 11, then if it takes an hour and a half, it's 12:30, and then you'd still have time to get back. Yeah. I guess let's see if they can meet 11 o'clock on Wednesday, the 23rd. I know, it would be better. Friday, oh boy, Fridays, that's the, oh no.
Friday's not good for us.
Friday's not good, okay. I mean, I guess it doesn't have, to. It's not like it has to be done. Yeah, it's not going away. I mean, it's, I think then we have to go into probably May. Wednesday, May 7th. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Jen, why don't we propose those two things? Wednesday, April 23rd at 11 a.m. and Wednesday, May 7th at 11. And it doesn't matter. Yeah.
Now, what about Cinco de Mayo? You're going that week. I mean, they got any big event for that? You know, free tequila.
That's above my pay grade, sorry. Okay, so Jen will check into that. And that's all, I think that's all I have. As I said, I'll plan the schedule for next Tuesday, the 22nd. That's when I plan for us to meet. Other than that, does anyone have any questions or comments?
I'd like to know ahead of time about which ones you'd like to accept.
Well, you and I can talk about it. Okay, I think, yeah, it's Jen. Oh, good question. That's a really good question. Do people have things that's specific that they're looking for or would like to know? Yes, Susan.
I'd like to follow up on Representative Ohm's comment and check with them about why they did their hiring from Lowell and Lawrence rather than from Nashua.
Or we could just say, maybe the question is, where do you get your employees?
Well, but more than that, not just where did they come from, but what efforts did they make specifically in Nashua to hire people local?
Yeah, I can answer a little bit of that and talk with people. They found out on the internet, basically the people that pretty much everybody I talked to, including one of the restaurant managers who's from Epsom, they all found out this about the internet advertising for the opportunities, went to the various hiring sessions they had. So it was a regional net that was cast. We don't have much unemployment in Nashua, so there's not a lot of local demand. And I think such demand would affect, all right, well, maybe Ward 4, but
anything else? Anything else?
Maybe,
People?
maybe at the wage level that they were looking.
All right, I guess we're just mostly open to understanding how the operation goes and so forth, is general. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.